So it is 6:03, so I'll call the North Kingston School Committee Business Meeting of June 6 to order. The first item on the agenda is the executive session, and so I make a motion to convene from open session go into executive session pursuant RIGL 4246 for the discussion of item number 1, any discussion of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant RIGL 42465A1, personnel/policy GCB employee benefits, non-certified employee A district enrollment. And then item 2, which is sessions pertaining to potential litigation/legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 4246A2, John Doe 42 and parent of John Doe 42 versus NKSD, CANOPC 2022-02220, John Doe 23 and mother Doe 23 and father Doe 23 versus NKSC, CANOPC 2022 03122, RIGL 42265A2. And then, so I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. We're going into executive session. We'll be back around 7. Okay, so we'll come back from executive session, and so we will reconvene. And so the first thing on the agenda is item B, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Hoskins.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Thomas Bryady. Christine LaPierre. Gabriel Anthony.
Okay, thank you. In the calendar.
Tuesday, June 20th, School Committee Business Meeting. Tuesday, August 15th, School Committee Business Meeting. Subcommittee meetings, Wednesday, June 14th, Policy Subcommittee Meeting, 2:30 in the Central Administration Conference Room.
Okay, thank you. And the next item on the agenda is presentations and recognitions. And so I'd like to make a motion to move the North Kingston High School Class of 2023 Top 10 to be the first item on this agenda area, as I believe the seniors have other things to do this evening that are senior related. So can I get a second for that, please?
Second.
Okay, well, I'll do a second for Ms. Lima. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, wonderful. And I believe we're going to go down for all of the presentations. And so I'll invite Dr. Morris up for that piece, and we'll go down and then stay down there for a bit.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to present the top 10 students from the class of 2023 tonight. As was mentioned before, there was an event tonight for the seniors, an unofficial event, but it was one that several students wanted to attend, and they had other obligations. But two of them are able to be with us tonight, so I'm very happy about that. So other than the top two, the rest of the students are listed in alphabetical order. So we have Fiona Chang. She'll be attending the University of Connecticut. Julia D. Genova, attending Elon University. Annika Erickson, George Washington University. And Annika sent me her major. She'll be studying classical and Near Eastern studies. Ava Jagir, Harvard University, and Ava is here tonight with us. Ava will be attending Harvard University Biological Sciences and Biomedical Engineering major. Emma Michaud will be attending the University of Rhode Island. Tanner Mitchell, the University of Connecticut. Rachel Tagan will be attending the United States Naval Academy, Annapolis. And she'll be majoring in robotics engineering. She's part of our robotics program here. We're very proud of that. Ethan Wardell will be going to Brown University. And our top two, our valedictorian is Matthew Cabral. He's here with us tonight. He'll be attending the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and his major is architecture. And the salutatorian is Aru Jang, Vassar College, and she will be majoring in medicine. So I believe you wanted Matthew and Ava to come up for a picture with the school committee. And I'm also going to be presenting for the, I don't know if you want to turn that one off, but I'm presenting for David Tober, who could not be here tonight. So I'm recognizing 2 other students. I don't know if there's another presentation I can put on. Okay, okay. We can leave up those pictures. They're very lovely pictures to look at. So. Okay. So I'm reading a message here from David Tober. Tonight we will be honoring 2 North Kingstown High School senior student athletes, Jade Shabo and Andrew Charnello. Unfortunately, Jade has a prior commitment that she needed to honor, and Andrew and his North Kingstown High School baseball teammates are up at LaSalle Academy tonight, battling in the state baseball playoffs this evening. Mr. Tober, our athletic director, is at LaSalle as well. So. Jade Shabo, recognized as North Kingstown High School's female recipient of Senior Athlete of the Year. Jade has played a sport each year she's been at the high school. She has been a valuable member of the girls lacrosse team and has been a major contributor each season and also a team captain in her senior year. She and her teammates just won on Sunday the Rhode Island Division II State Championship. As a member of our girls hockey team, which co-ops with South Kingstown and Narragansett, our recipient has been an all-stater since her freshman year. She has been named Defensive Player of the Year and has also received the William Nangle Leadership Award. She has been a team captain for her junior and senior years. As a member of the field hockey team, she is a 2-time All-Stater, 4-time All-Division selection, All-Tournament team, All-Academic team, and the North Kingstown High School team MVP as a senior. This recipient has also shined in the classroom. She is an high honors level student who has amassed a 3.75 GPA in her time here at North Kingstown. She's a member of the National Honor Society, and as a member of the Engineering Robotics CTE program, she has completed 3 honors level courses and an 80-hour internship to earn a Project Lead the Way certification. Jade will be attending Merrimack College in the fall, where she will be a member of the field hockey team. And then Andrew Charnello, recognized as North Kingstown High School's male recipient of Senior Athletes of the Year Award. Andrew played 2 years of basketball, freshman and JV, 3 years of baseball, only 3 years because there was no spring sports in 2020, and 4 years of football. In baseball, he has been a multiple-year starter and member of the back-to-back state championship teams in his sophomore and junior years. He is one of the team captains this year as a senior and a leader on and off the field. He is also one of the best in the state at his position. In football, this recipient has been a Division I state champion, a Super Bowl MVP, 2-time All-League, 3-time Academic All-League, Team Co-MVP, First Team All-State, Providence Journal Player of the Week, Golden Dozen selection, and a team captain. This recipient has also shined off the field. He is a National Honor Society member, High Honor Roll member, a member of the Student Leadership Academy, and a member of DECA, which is the Distributive Education of America group. He has also sat on various interview committees, including the one to hire North Kingstown Assistant Superintendent. Andrew was also recently honored as the Rhode Island Interscholastic League Male Athlete of the Year for the state of Rhode Island. Andrew has been appointed to and will be attending the United States Military Academy at West Point. He will be reporting to basic training on July 1st. North Kingstown High School and its athletic department are so very proud of these 2 extraordinary student athletes and wish them the very best as they take their next steps along their journey. Thank you.
Okay, in the interest of not going up and down and up and down. We'll go on to our next item, but first, thank you so much, Dr. Morris, for presenting the top 10 and the Rhode Island State Female Athlete of the Year for North Kingstown and Male Athlete for a Year. Exceptional students, and we are very proud of them, as you all are as well. And so congratulations to all the students, and I hope the baseball team does wonderful tonight. And so moving on to item 3, which is recognition of June as Pride Month. Last year, the North Kingstown School Committee voted to proclaim June as Pride Month annually in the district. And so we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that. So I'm going to read part of the recognition that was adopted last year. And it said, "Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the North Kingstown School Committee, officially designate and joyously celebrate the month of June annually as North Kingstown Pride Month, and be it further resolved that the North Kingstown School Committee encourages the entire community to continue to recognize and support activities and highlight the LGBTQIA+ community and the experiences of our LGBTQIA+ students, staff, and families." And so part of that, we are very happy to bring the students and advisor, Christine Lawrence, and their students from SAGA, which is the Sexuality and Gender Alliance, to our school committee meeting today to present to us. So if you all are ready, come on up.
Hi. We are SAGA, or Sexuality and Gender Alliance here at NKHS. My name is Chloe Dyhouse, and I am the president of SAGA.
Hi, I'm Cordelia Thomas, and I am a co-vice president of SAGA.
Hi, I'm Elisa Hernandez, and I am also a co-vice president with Cordelia.
Okay, let's start. So GSAs, or Gay Straight Alliances, offer significant benefits to high school students. Studies show that GSAs benefit students' mental health and can help reduce discrimination within schools. According to a peer-reviewed article in the journal Child Development, greater engagement in school GSAs was correlated with reduced anxiety and depression amongst GSA members. According to researchers from Vanderbilt University, findings indicate GSA presence is associated with significantly lower levels of youth self-reports of homophobic victimization, fear for safety, and hearing homophobic remarks. And these results are robust, controlling for a variety of study level factors. In addition to positive outcomes shown through national studies conducted about GSAs, North Kingstown High School's SAGA was highlighted positively as a benefit to students here at NKHS in the report from the equity audit that was conducted this year. Despite SAGA's clear importance to the students here at NKHS, GSAs nationwide are under threat. According to GLSEN, 62% of students surveyed had a GSA club at school in 2019, but that number dropped to 35% by 2021. For this reason, it's more important than ever to recognize the important role that SAGA plays in our school community and that GSAs play nationwide.
Here at NK, we have our own GSA, Sexuality and Gender Alliance, thank you, or SAGA, which is an affinity group for queer students and allies. SAGA has been a part of the clubs in North Kingstown High School for over a decade now and has proven popular as we average 10 to 20 attendees each meeting. Specifically, SAGA runs from 1:40 to 3 o'clock p.m. after school on the first and third Thursday of the month. In SAGA, students can speak honestly about their experiences and concerns unique to the LGBTQ+ community in a safe space. Through SAGA, students have had the opportunity to make meaningful connections and long-lasting friendships.
this year, just this school year, Saga has done a lot to benefit the students, school environment, and curriculum with some major initiatives. When the health curriculum was being looked at earlier this year, many Saga members showed up with their parents and spoke about the dire need for inclusive curriculum, like health curriculum specifically for queer students. We ended up having a major turnout, and it was really impressive. Another main initiative was working with Ms. Lima to apply for a grant to add more LGBT representation to the English curriculum. We, as a group of high schoolers, made a high-quality grant application video that was edited and sent out with Ms. Lima's application. We are very proud of this video as it represents us as a group and shows how much we are able to accomplish. We have had many other events and celebrations throughout the year, such as adding more queer books to the media center with Saga logos in the front covers, volunteering at the We Are All Readers event, which was held at North Kingston High School, and it was an event that featured diverse children's books being given away to promote diversity, reading, and creativity. We also marched in NK's first ever Pride Parade in Wickford last weekend, and we hosted an end-of-year Pride Party on June 1st. While this club has been in place for roughly 10 years, the 2022 to 2023 school year has been a major year for us in terms of accomplishments and recognition. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, hold on one second. Does the committee have any questions for Saga? Nope.
I just want to thank you all for coming. That was an alarming statistic, Chloe, about the number of GSAs across the country having dropped.
It surprised me too.
Yeah, that was, and I, having worked with you all this year, I just want to say how impressed I am with your club and all of you, and how proud I am of you for the work that you did on that grant. And I know we don't know yet, but regardless of whether, we get it or not, you all have worked so hard, and I'm so proud of the work that you did on that, and you should be proud of yourselves also. So thank you for coming tonight, and great job this year, and I look forward to seeing what you all do next year also.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the committee? Wonderful. So again, thank you so much. And we have a certificate here for the great work that you've done at the high school. So if you want to come over, we'll give it to you and we'll take your picture if you don't mind. Okay, thank you so much to Saga, and again, thank you to their advisor, Ms. Lawrence. The next item on the agenda is the school committee representative from the student union. Per our policy, we invite the student representative to speak to the school committee quarterly, I believe, and so this is the end of the year presentation. And so we welcome Gabriel Anthony for the student union, or the student representative presentation. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Okay, is this working? Okay, so I'm the president of the student union this year. Last year I was the vice president. By the way, this is my senior year. This is my final school committee meeting after attending them for 2 years. Before I begin the presentation, I just want to say that I have learned a lot and enjoyed every second of this. As much conflict as there's been, I've been able to learn a lot about local government, and it's something that I want to make sure as an adult I remember to care about school committee meetings, because a lot goes on at them and it affects a lot in our town. So to begin the presentation, what is the student union? So it's basically NKHS, the student government. We call it the student union to mirror the teachers union. Any NKHS student can join, so if anyone has any of those at home, please encourage them to join. There's no requirement to come to any meeting. You can come to one meeting, all the meetings, some of the meetings, whatever you want. We discuss issues that affect daily student life at NKHS, and a common misconception is that we plan school events. If we don't, that's class council. So this year, upon request from Dr. Morse, we discussed the planned upgrades to the cafeteria. That's been in the works for a few years as far as I know, and we're supposed to be getting like new tables and chairs, and they're going to have like bright colors and have designs, their logo and things on them. So Dr. Morris had the student union look over that. It was about a 20-page PDF of the renderings. We looked over that and sent her our feedback in an email. We also often met with school administrators and other leaders in our district, including Dr. Morris, one of our assistant principals, Mr. Anderson, our school resource officer, Mr. Mennick, one of our PTSO vice presidents, Ms. Keegan Bowman, and school committee chair, Dr. Earl. And most of those meetings were discussing student behavior because in recent years we've had a lot of issues with that at the high school. A statistics that Mr. Anderson had presented to me was that 4% of the student body was causing 80% of the disciplinary referrals. So even though only a very small amount of the students were causing issues, it was causing bathrooms to be closed, and where students could eat lunch was a little bit different for seniors, things like that. And that upset a lot of students. So we tried to meet with administration, figure out what they were doing to make things better, and figure out if there was anything that the rest of the students could do to try to help. We also made attempts to increase our meeting attendance and our communication with administrators, as we will be having a new principal next year, and we will be also having new president and vice president of our student union, which I will get to. And like I just alluded to, most recently we held our election. Our winners were Maggie Bush and Rachel Turcott. They'll both be seniors. Maggie was elected president after spending this year as vice president, and Rachel was elected vice president. Maggie has been attending student meetings since her sophomore year, and Rachel has been attending them since this year, which was her junior year. They will also be serving as the student union's student representatives to the school committee next year. And while neither one can make it tonight, Maggie is doing some kind of military thing, I think in Maryland, and I believe Rachel is working. They will both be emailing you soon, if they have not already, to introduce themselves. And with that concludes my presentation, and if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Gabrielle. Does the committee have any questions regarding the student union?
So first off, thank you, Gabe, for 2 years. We've appreciated I have anyways, appreciated your insight when, you've shared. It's been valuable. And I just wonder whether there's any advice that you would give the 2 students who will be filling your shoes.
Don't stress yourself out about it, because they can be kind of stressful, especially if there's a lot of people doing citizens' comments. Always also put school first, but this is a great learning experience, and if you have any interest in doing anything, regardless of whether you have any interest with doing politics or law or anything like that, it's a great tool, because just like how we have democracy class at the high school that everyone has to take, I think that attending school committee meetings are also something that everyone should be interested in doing.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions for Gabriel?
Gabriel, it's been a real pleasure having you attending our meetings. It's good to have a reminder of why we're here. I'm just wondering if you could tell us, I know you mentioned briefly that you're going to be going to the University of Rhode Island next year. Tell us what you hope to accomplish.
A combination of statistics and computer science. I've loved that since like the 7th grade or so. I wanted to major in statistics. URI doesn't actually have a bachelor's program for that. They just have a master's. So I'll probably do the data science for statistics, and then if I need, data science for a bachelor's, and then if I need a master's, I'll do the statistics. I'm going to stay involved with as much music stuff as I can, because if anyone knows me, they know that I play a lot of instruments, and I've been very involved with the music program for basically my whole life. And I think that's about it.
Any other questions? Okay, and again, I'll echo the school committee members. Thank you so much for your time on the school committee. We are very grateful for you sitting through all the meetings, some short, some long, and you did a wonderful job, so thank you so much. Okay, we are going to stay down for the next agenda item, which is, I believe, Are you going to the sunset, Gabriel? You gotta run. Yay! I think we just got a mic drop from Gabriel, so rightfully so. Congratulations, Gabriel. We'll see you at graduation. The next item on the agenda is the ESS Effective School Solution presentation, and so we'll take a moment to transition over to that, and so I'll call a quick recess. Can I have a second? All in favor?
Okay, good evening. Nice to be with you. Thank you, school committee, for having us here tonight. My name is Duncan Young. I'm the CEO of Effective School Solutions. I'm joined
Let me just
here.
pause 1 second. Sorry, I just need to come back from recess.
Sure,
Okay,
yes.
we will resume the meeting, and now the floor is all yours. Thank you so much, Duncan.
Off to a great start tonight. Excellent. So, Duncan Young, CEO of Effective School Solutions, joined here tonight by two of my colleagues, Kate Hesney and Joanne Malinka, who do a lot of our work and oversee, supervise a lot of our work here on the ground in North Kingstown. We're going to provide hopefully a very brief and succinct update about our partnership with the district to support student mental health. A brief executive summary. We're in the second year of our partnership this year to help expand the range of mental health supports that are provided to district students. We're going to share some data tonight that's really going to indicate the critical impact that this partnership has made on student mental health and what continues to be a very, very challenging time for students in general following the pandemic. As we know, youth were really in a mental health crisis leading up to the pandemic, but a lot of those challenges have been exacerbated even further over the course of the last 3 years. One of the words I really want to emphasize here is collaboration. We have really made it an emphasis point this year to collaborate closely with our administrator counterparts at the building level and at the district level and really make sure that we're adapting the services that we offer to offer the greatest good for the greatest number of students in North Kingstown. Utilization of services has been very high this year. We've served 43 total students. There have been 2,416 total therapeutic interactions. We'll provide a breakdown of those shortly. And one of the things I really want to highlight is exceptionally high family engagement. ESS operates in 112 school districts in Rhode Island and across the Northeast. Out of all of those 112 districts, North Kingstown is in the top 3 in terms of the rate of family engagement, the degree to which families and parents are involved in the parent and family therapeutic component of our programming. And then the final thing to highlight here is that students are exceeding our utilization benchmarks for Tier 2 and Tier 3 services. One of the things that we measure in all of our districts is a metric that is average number of therapeutic interactions per student per week. We have defined benchmarks for the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 level of service, which I'll describe shortly. And North Kingstown programming is exceeding those benchmarks in both cases. Most importantly, the program is getting great results. We've seen significant improvement with students this year in attendance. Students have exhibited a 29% average decrease in absences and a 36% average increase in GPA. The way that we measure this data is we're capturing a baseline data point in the last marking period prior to when a student enters services with ESS, and then we're measuring progress against that baseline data point, and that's what these percentages represent. Finally, we've partnered with the central office and building staff to continue to customize our program design. Should we continue our work together moving into next year, we have a design that will increase the number of students served by up to 50% going into next year. We're going to explain some of the details behind that, and we're very, very excited about some of these innovations that we've done in collaboration with building level and district level staff. So this slide really goes into a couple of very quick data points about the state of mental health with our young people right now. Some of you might be aware that last year the Surgeon General of the United States declared a youth mental health emergency. I'm going to read his quote from that announcement very briefly. Imagine a high school with 1,000 students. Now imagine about 450 of them saying they are persistently sad or hopeless, 200 saying they've seriously considered suicide, and nearly 100 saying they've tried to end their own life over the past year. That is the state of youth mental health in America. Very, very sobering statistics. These are the results of a survey that we conducted nationally last year with 250 school administrators and 1,000 parents. Some of the takeaways here: 9 out of 10 administrators believe that there's a growing youth mental health crisis. 6 out of 10 parents concur with that statement. When this survey was conducted back in December, 6 out of 10 administrators say that the problem was the same or worse as a year ago. So even though we're 3 years past the pandemic, we're still really seeing a lot of the challenges with our young people. And then this 80% down at the bottom indicates the percentage of parents who believe that schools should have a moderate or significant role in delivering mental health care. And this has really been a change nationally over the course of the past 10 years. Schools have a lot more expected on them right now than they did 10 years ago when it comes to mental health care. Schools are not just institutions of academic delivery, but really institutions of whole child support. And parents increasingly are looking for this level of care for their young people. And this makes sense. Schools are where students spend the majority of their waking hours. There are other studies that show that young people are anywhere from 6 to 20 times more likely to access mental health care and to complete a course of treatment when those services are offered in a school environment. All of our services are organized around a multi-tiered systems of support framework, which I'm guessing most of you are very familiar with. Fancy term for a simple idea that we're going to have multiple levels of support commensurate with multiple levels of student need. We operate primarily in North Kingstown at the Tier 3 level, and we also extend down into the Tier 2 level. Very importantly, nothing that we do with any of our district partners is meant to supplant or replace any of the great work that is taking place with district staff. Instead, we're coming in and trying to complement what's already taking place and offer that higher level of care for students with that higher level of need. I'll turn it over to Kate, who will talk about our footprint this year and how it's evolved.
Thanks, Duncan. So last year, about this time, this is kind of what had been born from some of the discussions around what would be beneficial going into the next school year. So really what was looked at for this past school year was still having 2 clinicians at a Tier 3 level, one up at the high school, one down at Davisville, supporting 10 students each at the Tier 3 level. And then the idea to kind of meet the need of more students was to drop the other clinician down to a Tier 2 level. So the Tier 2 level is going to be more mild to moderate challenges that these students are going to be facing, so therefore it allows us to support more students, and that's usually about 12 to 15 students that we can support. The other discussion points for the school year were psychoeducation workshops had been in need up at the high school to provide and deliver those. Just professional development on a whole throughout the district, along with parent workshops as well. So then what happens is on the ground, right? So we get into the school year and we discovered that Tier 3 was already, up and running at the middle school level, but what was happening up at the high school is like Tier 3, we had come back, the year was great, referrals were great, but we were lacking in referrals for Tier 2. I think there was some ambiguity in how to support those students and what that profile looked like. So we really collaborated with the building level staff to really find out what their needs were. And for them, really what was coming from our conversations and that collaboration was the acuity and the level that these students needed. And so really what we did is we really tried to flex and kind of customize what we felt as though would be more beneficial for the people on the ground there up at the high school and the needs of the students there. And so what we did is take that Tier 2 clinician and had that clinician also start working with some Tier 3 students so we could increase the capacity there to kind of support those more high acuity students. And then for our PD, we did run 6 psychoeducation workshops at the high school level. Those took place on a monthly basis. They were after school. We did kind of a hybrid to see where we got kind of more, whether it was virtual or in person. It kind of averaged about 5 teachers that would come, sometimes in person. So I think that was great. There were teachers that wanted to utilize that offering. We did, as a whole, do 17 and a half hours of professional development kind of throughout the district. And I do have some of the PD that was run. So we did do like supporting students with stress and excessive worry. We also did language of behaviors, understanding the challenging behaviors in classroom setting. So we had one PD presenter who came in and did present multiple hours. We did some at the middle school. There were some that were offered at the elementary level that the TAs were able to take part in as well. And then we tried to kind of get up and running, and this you'll see kind of on our next slide, but where we'd really like to go next year is some more parent workshop and parent university ideas. And again, I think we really started to collaborate the second half of the year on what this would look like and how we could really roll this out within the district. And so we did successfully. There were about 15 parents who did attend the parent workshop, and there were some asks if we could record this, what that would look like. So we've kind of gone back to the drawing board on what that can look like and how, again, we can meet the needs of more parents across the district. So with that, I'm going to now give it to Joanne, who will talk a little bit about what that could look like and some ideas, again, with some collaboration with building level on what their needs are, what the student needs are, and how we can really, again, if the partnership continues, how we can really meet the needs of more students and parents across the district.
Thanks, Kate. So I swear these slides are a little bit different. You know, they all look the same, but they are different. So here we shift a little bit to the model that was proposed for the following school year, 23-24. And again, we came up with this model by collaborating and communicating with the central office staff and also the administrative and counseling staff, especially at the high school. Like Kate said, we used those meetings to really hone in on what the district needs and wants and how we could expand capacity and really support and assist into meeting these students' needs. So for Tier 3, you know, still keeping it the same as our original services, which I will go into in the next slide. But the difference is that we did agree to expand the caseload for each clinician, which would go up to 12. So from 10 to 12, 36 full with the middle school. The big difference here is there was a proposal that went out from the counseling staff to assist with their psycho-ed groups that are currently running. And to do those, we agreed to do them twice a week. And those groups are already established. They're focus groups, so they're skills-based, and there's already a cohort of students that come to those. And they also cycle on a 6 to 8 week basis. So there's really great opportunity there to serve a lot of students, especially if you look, you know, at the entire year. 6 to 8 week cycles, so up to 20 students per cycle. And then again, of course, looking at what Kate mentioned with the parent university workshops and 12 PD hours district-wide. So those are all the trainings that the districts can benefit from and are focused on, you know, any cohort you want. So it could be teachers, it could be special ed department, in addition to parents. And here, I'll just break this down a little bit. So for those of you that don't know how this breaks down and what we do in Tier 3, this is kind of what our services consist of. So we do home visits for kids that are school avoidant. We do have some protocols around that. We do weekly individual therapy and also other touch points for students as needed. Bi-weekly family therapy, and that's been really successful here. At North Kingstown, family engagement's been really, really great. Monthly parent support groups, those are always offered on a monthly basis. District-wide professional development and newsletters, those do go out monthly too. Of course, clinical supervision, specialty protocols and modalities of care. So we have protocols around different things, like I said, school avoidance, safety assessments, how to refer to higher level of care, all those things that may come up during the year. And of course, ongoing objective measurement of outcomes, and that's our data-driven, you know, reports and meetings that we have throughout the year as well. The urgent sessions are on the bottom. Those are our most popular one. We call them PRN sessions, which basically just means as needed. And, you know, I believe the most popular is because, you know, our students have issues when they have issues, right? When something comes up and they're worried about something or anxious, you know, they don't schedule that for, you know, 2 o'clock on a Tuesday. It comes up when it comes up. So our staff are always available for that. So it's live, it's, hands-on, and, let's work through it right now when it's happening rather than putting it off to like a session next week or something like that. So those seem to be very popular just across all programs and districts. And then again, the Tier 2 psycho-ed groups, just quickly, it would be weekly groups. We would run 2 per week. We'd start with that, and then they would be focused topics, so skill-based, 6 to 8-week cycles, and accelerated intake, so we wouldn't have to do this elaborate intake like we do with the Tier 3 students, where we have consent forms that have to be signed and assessments. This would be much quicker, probably just a verbal, permission from parent. And so that would be one less barrier to that. So this is kind of what we came up with and agreed on, and we really hope that we can execute this. I think looks very good, very hopeful, and it will, just expand capacity.
So before I kind of introduce the team that's been at the school, so you guys have a sense of who's working with these students, I just want to piggyback a little bit off of Joanne talking about the accelerated intake. Another thing that came from a lot of the kind of conversations with district staff was that, we are very thorough with our assessments at tier 3 and Tier 2. Sometimes a challenge can be connecting with the families to get them into the program, and that can create a little bit of a barrier. So really kind of hearing that feedback from the schools, looking at how can we get these students at those psycho-ed groups in a lot more faster so that we can support them and service them on a quicker basis. Again, for our Tier 3 and Tier 2, we still want to make sure that we are following our model to fidelity so that we can ensure that we are really supporting the students to the best way that we can. But we feel like at these psycho-ed groups, we can definitely meet the schools where they're at and hear some of that feedback on some of the barriers that are in place there. So this is the wonderful team who has been working with the students and the faculty in the building. Just wanted to do a quick little overview. So you have Chelsea, who is our lead clinician down at Davisville. Laura Starr is our senior coordinator up at the high school. Shannon Kinsella is our clinician at the high school. And then obviously you have myself, and you have Joanne, who have been supporting. I'm in North Kingstown on a bi-weekly basis to support both of the teams, talk about cases, and attend kind of any North Kingstown related meetings. So now we're going to get directly kind of into what took place this year and some of those data points. So this is just an overview of the entire district of the census for students that were served. So this is your total students served down at the bottom. So there were 31 students that were served at the high school and 12 throughout the year that were served at the middle school. So again, that goes back to the 43 that Duncan referenced on the first slide for students that were served. And then we have kind of the district-wide service delivery and engagement, so how students actually use the program. So you can see, and I know that Duncan referenced this, that there were the 2,416 services that were delivered. So you can see, again, very high with the individual work and family work as well. You'll see kind of the numbers broken down again. The staff here had 73% with their family engagement on average, and you can see that the kind of across the board for company-wide, it's at about 44%. So really a significant family engagement, which is so crucial to the work that gets done with these students. Yes, they spend a lot of time at school, but they do go home. So I think having the parent buy-in has definitely been really crucial to the work that's been done. And then you can see, obviously, the active weekly services per student, kind of really hitting that benchmark. So, even in May at this point, almost at 4 that these students are kind of seeking out on average for the support that they've needed from the clinical staff, which I think really speaks to the relationships that have been built between the clinicians and the students.
Just to clarify, it's the 4 touch points a week or something.
Yeah. All right, so Duncan, this is you.
I'll be very brief here. I've mentioned this data before. Again, we track grades, discipline, attendance, as well as a host of other therapeutic measurement data points over the course of the year. This is really just the data behind what I mentioned in the first slide. So absences went down on average 29% for students. Again, we're measuring that versus a baseline represented by their number of absences in the last marking period before entering service with ESS. Discipline was about flat. Discipline very, very low to begin with, and it stayed pretty low over the course of the of the treatment, and then 36% average increase in GPA, which is about a half of a GPA grade point, I guess, is the right terminology there. So I will turn that back over to Kate to talk about parent survey results.
I think you can see, again, we do send out surveys to all of the parents to kind of get a sense of how they are feeling about how the supports are working for their students. So, again, down at the bottom, you can see that 100% of parents have been satisfied, and 88% are seeing improvements in their students when they're home. Really feeling like the program does help their children, and that the counseling staff really does understand the parent needs, which, again, I think, I don't want to harp on it, but I know we've talked about the parents are engaged, and so they're utilizing the support, which is again, we work in a lot of different districts, and to see it here speaks also really volumes to the parents here in the district as well. So I'm just going to actually read a parent testimonial. So the clinician is amazing and such an asset to the high school. When my daughter was discharged from a higher level of care, we were so concerned about how the transition back to school would be. Having the clinician there was a godsend. Now she is helping transition for her next year when she won't have as much support. The program is much needed and even could be used for more kids, more children. I feel so lucky that we were able to participate in this program. After COVID, with all the mental health struggles, this is such a much needed program. I'm forever thankful. And this is another really long one by another parent, but I'm just going to pull out a couple, I think, key pieces. So instead of coming home all of the time when she was feeling anxious, she can see the clinician right away, and it helps her to de-stress a bit. I'm not receiving as many sad emails daily like I was. This is my daughter's last year of high school, but I hope these programs stay as they are. So important to all the kids in need, and there's no shortage these days. I cannot say enough good things about this program. So I know these were in your packets, so you're able to kind of read through that. Last slide. I'll turn it over to Julian, but hopefully where we are going.
So lastly, just wanted to talk a little bit about the next 90 days and what we envision for the future. Again, close collaboration with school personnel on all levels is very important to us. I think, especially this year, we've been really lucky to have a lot of contact with, for example, like Mr. Mitchell and a couple other staff, and that's really made a huge difference. We were talking to them on a weekly basis and bringing in, also the admin from each school and the counseling staff, and I really think it really made a big difference into how we have shifted programming and really be able to see what the needs are. So definitely want to continue that. We would initiate the extended school year. Last year, every year we do what we call ESY, but it's ESS ESY, not to be confused with the academic ESY. And that's for students that just may need that extra support to transition over the summer, and just may need a few more clinical touch points. So we would definitely want to implement that, and also help move the 8th graders to the high school, those that would be in our program. It's a good bridge. Of course, continue collaboration with staff to expand Tier 3 caseload and psycho-ed groups. And that would be an ongoing conversation throughout the year about what the cohort of students should look like, what the profile of students should be, and what skills are being taught. And again, those psycho-ed groups belong to the staff of North Kingstown from the high school, so we would have to really collaborate with them to make sure they're executed in the way they want them done. And then the 6 parent university workshops for the entire district, which Kate mentioned. Always keeping a pulse on appropriate and beneficial PD. So just, we always take evaluations and surveys after trainings to see if staff like those trainings, if they need something different or maybe a different topic. So just constantly keeping a pulse on that. And last but not least, again, continue consistent collaborative meetings with central office administration and kind of bring everyone in and bring our data to these meetings if you guys would like, and just continue to share and ask for feedback and collaborate. It's just our plan for the next 90 days and hopefully moving forward. And thank you so much for listening and your patience. I know this was probably more than 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. And so the presentation portion of the agenda is over, but we will have this item on later to review the contact. Does anyone have any questions about the presentation at this point?
I just Thank you for coming in and thank you for going through all this. One question I have on the presentation. Every time we see this presentation, there's 7 parents who answer the survey. Is it the same 7? Like, why is it always 7? Why are the responses always the same? And why is it the same snippets of feedback that you keep showing? I'm just curious about that. It's been that way for the past 2 years.
I'm very confident it's not the same 7 parents. They're anonymous. We don't know that for sure. I will say that parental survey response rates in general across our entire organization, pretty low right now. Parents are, I think there's a little survey fatigue that goes on kind of out there. So 7 out of 43, about a 20% response rate is about normal for what we would generally see with most of these surveys. Yeah. So, and we're happy to share. There are other quotes as well, which, sure, absolutely, of course, we'll give you the full set. So,
Other questions from the committee?
Thank you for the presentation. I noticed in one of your slides where you were describing or was referencing satisfaction with your services, you were at 88% in terms of confidentiality. Yes, my family's right to privacy and confidentiality has been respected. Can you elaborate at all on that? Is there any way to explain what that means?
On this particular one, I cannot elaborate on that, and I don't believe that had a comment associated with it. So we can certainly take that offline and talk about whether there's a situation that we're aware of. I will say that privacy, confidentiality are the cornerstone of what we do and something we take unbelievably seriously. So not aware of a specific situation that would have given rise to that particular comment, but something that we take very, very seriously and take the utmost precautions on all aspects of privacy and confidentiality.
And how many total parents were involved in this? I think I saw an indication that you provide services to roughly 46 students.
This year we have served 43 students. The response for this survey was 7, so about 20.
Just the 7 that you...
Just the 7, that's correct. And so really I believe the 88% is 1 out of the 7 parents was expressing, my guess is it was the same parent in all of the 88% here.
And the survey that you had was submitted to all of the families that were involved, and you only got 7 responses?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Great. Other questions from the committee? I just had one on the slide about what the future services would be. It seems like there's been a little bit of a shift in philosophy based on the first year and the second year and the third year, and so I just want to make sure that the committee understands the way. I just want to clarify that I'm understanding correctly, and then see if there's any further clarification as we are going to be looking at the contract later. And so what I'm seeing here is that the intent would be that we would be having perhaps some more students in the Tier 3 part of the program, and then no students being seen at an individual level at Tier 2, but servicing those students through group work. Is that correct? All right. Could you explain perhaps a little bit in the philosophy shift there for the Tier 2 students? Because I know with the former school committee, one of the concerns was kind of impact on students as far as how many we could serve, and also making sure that those Tier 2 students were well serviced. And so could you just elaborate a little bit more on, for students who might be in Tier 2 right now and getting some individual support, what that might look like for them next year?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start off, and then Joanne, turn it over to you. So I think one of the key takeaways this year, especially at the high school when we got into the school year, was that there were not as many students presenting with a Tier 2 level of acuity as expected. And this is very common across all of the districts that we're working with right now. Your students who used to be Tier 2 students are now presenting as Tier 3 students. Your Tier 3 students are often now presenting as students who require a higher level of care. So the pivot back in the fall was essentially to expand Tier 3 capacity to service more students at that level while still maintaining some students at the Tier 2 level. One of the things that I think is important here, so with your question of where would those Tier 2 students with individual need be supported, I would expect that they could certainly be accommodated within that 24 if necessary. So I think it's important to think about Tier 3 not as a unilateral fixed model, but as a continuum where we have the ability to flex up and flex down on the intensity based on the level of need. Did that answer your question?
The
psycho ed groups actually came as a request from the counseling staff, so that's where that came from. We were able to, accommodate that. But like Duncan said, we really just ask the staff to bring us the student, and we'll figure out how many services and what tier, and we'll treat that student in that way. So, and as you've seen through these 3 slides, we're always flexible. We can flex things and shift things as things come up. Every year is a little bit different. The needs are a little bit different, so we can certainly flex. But this is sort of with the initial model we talked about, what we're going to be going into for next school year.
Thank you for the clarification. My other question was the practitioners that you showed there, and thank you so much for you all and them for working with our students. I know it's very easy to look at it in a quantitative way, but I know that there's a lot of hard work and energy put into helping serve students in our district. So great thanks to you all. As far as the time that they spend in the schools, can you give us just a sense? Are they there all day, every day for the school day? Just trying to get a sense of how often they're at the schools.
Yeah, so our teams are there for the full school day. They also do stay after or come in beforehand if they need to do a home visit. We have consents to transport as well, so I know they've been able to successfully bring some students into the building for some more of those school avoidance students. We do ask them all to do one late night so that we can accommodate for parent sessions, whether we need to meet that virtually or if they're able to come in. But our clinicians do one late night, which is multiple hours after school. So, but yeah, we follow the school schedule. So,
great, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, I believe we have one more presentation. So we will stay down here and invite Dr. Jody Clark up for the health curriculum presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening. So I'm here to present the work of the North Kingstown School Department grades 6 through 12 health curriculum team that has worked over the past year to review in the curriculum cycle and present to you today our findings. The first, I want to tell you that this is grounded in the school committee policy of reviewing curriculum and updating every 6 years, that a team would be convened to review the updated standards, to look at the data that is appropriate to the subject at hand, in this case the health curriculum, and to review that process and determine the needs of the curriculum. Under the Health and Wellness Committee policy, it is also, we did last week submit to the school committee, the subcommittee of the school committee to the Health and Wellness Committee to review the health curriculum standards, and we'll talk about that in a future slide. So the timeline, so 2014 was the last date that the health curriculum was last updated. Obviously that would bring us to 2020. However, that was delayed due to COVID, and we were waiting for RIDE to update their health curriculum framework. We used that health curriculum framework to guide our work starting last spring. The health curriculum team convened and reviewed that document to make sure that we were following the latest guidelines from Rhode Island Department of Education. In December, so the fall we worked through the documents and updated them. We decided at that time to focus on grades 6 through 12 only. And in December, we met with a community partner of health experts and parents, as well as the Health and Wellness Committee members, to present our findings. We then went to an open forum in February where we invited parents throughout the district of 6 through 12 students and others to come and attend and hear on the findings from the Health Curriculum Committee. Based on those findings, it was asked at that time that we do a little bit more investigation in selecting key lessons for full transparency of what the materials were that were going to be used, and I will speak to that in a moment. So March and April, teachers spent their time identifying those key lessons, and then in May we presented to the Health and Wellness Committee. Just to round this out and couch this, just to explain our physical education and health integration in North Kingstown. At the middle level, we are talking about 20 classes, so the middle school PE health curriculum classes meet every other day for a full year, and about each school, middle school takes it a little bit differently, but about 12 classes total are dedicated to the teaching of the health curriculum. At the high school level, again, they have block scheduling, so it's a little bit different, but they use 7 blocks each semester for a total of about 14 class periods. We also looked at the current health opt-out legislation. There are 3 statutory waivers that parents are communicated with that they can opt their child out of sexuality and family life content, HIV/AIDS, and any symptoms of treatment of disease. So I want to bring you now to the health curriculum document that the team has worked on revising. So first I want to acknowledge the team. You can see that there were 7, I believe, PE health teachers and school nurse teachers across the district that were a part of the original team. We then reached out to the community advisory team that are listed there, so I want to thank them for all their time and effort with this. We went through and looked at the Rhode Island Health Curriculum Guiding Principles, and those making sure that that was the foundation for our work and moving forward. We then set our philosophy and looked at the data from previous years and what the teachers' needs were in teaching the health curriculum, and really looked closely at the Rhode Island Health Standards. So those had been updated, mostly to include a combination of both health and social and emotional learning standards. So those documents are referenced here in our overview of our curriculum. The other thing that we made sure we looked at are all the state policies and regulations. There are a lot surrounding health issues, so we needed to make sure in our scope and sequence of grades 6 through 12 that we were addressing all those mandates, the legislated mandates. So those are all listed here, and you'll see in a moment in our scope and sequence, we've referenced all of that state legislation to make sure our students, we are providing access to that information for our students. So in the bottom here is the scope and sequence documents with an overview of what is taught in each year in grades 6 through 12, but I want to take you specifically into 2 different grades. All of them are linked in this document. This first document is grade 8. So you will see through those 20 lessons there are multiple topics that are covered, and what the team has done is gone through and identified where the information is coming from that the teachers will use to teach that content. So this first safe dates is, again, we referenced here, it's a legislated mandate from the Lindsay Ann Burke Act, and we use a curriculum called Safe Dates, and it's linked here. The next is also mandated for the suicide prevention awareness, and we use a company called MindWise Innovation Signs of Suicide curriculum. The third topic that 8th grade covers is mental, emotional health, and stress management. And this is where we went in and provided more specific details of the curriculum, listing the lessons we would use, linking to the slide decks, and really putting in specifically what student textbook pages we would be using. And the last is the reproduction in 8th grade. All of the human sexuality component for the middle school is contained in 8th grade, so we went in and then listed the specific lessons we were looking at and linked those teaching slide decks. Just want to show 10th grade is the other request that we received at the parent open forum, was more detailed information about the human sexuality component taught at the high school level. So again, we have gone in for each unit and identified the materials we're using and links out to those materials, as well as the key lessons that we've selected. So the one thing that is a little bit different about a health curriculum is because of those limited lessons, the 20 to 15 lessons that we're using, we're not teaching a book cover to cover. It's rather we're picking out key lessons that align to the Rhode Island State Health standards and making sure that that alignment is there. So that is why the scope and sequence kind of clearly indicates all of those. In our original findings, we had narrowed it down to two curriculum materials that met the Rhode Island Health standards, ETR Health Smart and McGraw-Hill Glencoe Health. So those were the two that the committee took a deeper dive into to really assess the quality of those lessons, the materials presented, the amount of student engagement in the presentation of the materials, and these were the committee's findings. That Health Smart is a revolving digitally updated. It has common slide decks for teachers to use. They're interactive lessons. They come in 6 separate units so that it's a little bit easier to divide amongst the 4 grade levels at the high school or the 3 grade levels at the middle. And there's a lot of hands-on projects and discussions that would engage students in the material. We also looked at McGraw-Hill Glencoe, where it's more of a clear textbook, if you will. There is a digital component that's an ebook. They do provide a separate health, relationship, and sexuality pull-out section. It's factual information organized by chapters with comprehension questions at the end. There are suggestions for activities, but the team really felt that the student engagement piece is really more identifiable with the ETR Health Smart curriculum layout and the materials provided. We also did some additional data research in order to identify which of these two materials would work, and it kind of fits with our discussion here today around mental health, digging into our survey works data about how much has stress interfered with your ability to participate in school. 60% of our 6 through 12 students said it had interfered. During the past 12 months, have you ever been bullied on property? 12% said yes, and 17%. And during the past 12 months, did you ever feel sad or hopeless that you stopped doing some of your usual activities? And 31% of our students replied yes. We also looked at the Rhode Island Student Survey from 2022. This is presented by Rido and Ride. About alcohol use. I'm not going to read through all these statistics. Vaping, bullying, students that considered suicide. Of those students, how many made a plan and how many attempted? And the statistics are very overwhelming to the committee. So it was clear in looking at a health curriculum that would meet the needs of our students that we needed to take these topics into consideration. That this is clearly what the data is showing us, that we need to focus on these issues. Therefore, in choosing curriculums, we wanted to make sure that the materials matched the need of the students and had updated information that would be engaging for students. These are the lessons that deal with social emotional needs for ETR. As you can see, there are a wide variety of different topics covered. In comparison, the other curriculum has 1 lesson on cyberbullying and 1 lesson on personal and online safety, but doesn't cover the social media aspect that we felt was really crucial to our students in the stress that they're facing and some of those statistics that I just mentioned. Bullying, obviously, 17% is not a good statistic if 17% of our students are feeling that they're bullied on a regular basis, so we needed to address that. Clearly, ETR provides a lot of lessons around that and addresses that. And the other thing that was crucial was vaping. ETR specifically calls out vaping, where the other curriculum mentions e-cigarettes in one small section of a tobacco use. So we really felt that ETR provided the much more up-to-date, high-quality materials that we were looking for that would meet the needs of our students in serving the health curriculum. So at the health and wellness, I believe you're going to talk about this later on, so I probably don't need to go into the vote and everything there, but we did present to the Health and Wellness Committee these findings, a similar slide presentation, and they had a vote, which we'll talk about later on in the agenda today. But I am more than happy to answer any questions that you might have about this process.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark, for the presentation and the work from yourself and everyone else that went into doing this. You can tell it was very thoughtful and inclusive, so I really appreciate that. Any questions from the committee regarding the presentation?
Just have one. Thank you for putting this together. I noticed on the page that references the survey works data, I know it's from 2022. Yeah. You haven't updated probably for 2023, but I just on my quick review of the survey works data, it's not substantially different.
It is not.
Okay.
If anything, I think some of the
It's-
mental health has declined a little bit by 1 or 2 percentage points when I looked
Okay,
over
I
it.
just wanted to touch base on that, okay.
Any other questions regarding the presentation? Great, thank you so much. Okay, that is brings us to the end of this item for the presentation, and so we will move back up to the stage for citizens' comments. Okay, thank you so much again to all the folks that presented and the amazing students that we were able to recognize today. So moving on to citizens' comments, and thank you for the citizens for their patience. We like to do the presentations first in case you were speaking on those topics. And so we have two, I believe, that would like to speak, and it looks like the first is Dan Avedijian. Dan, if you'd like to come to the mic.
Hi, it's David Avedijian.
Oh, sorry.
North Kingstown High School history teacher, actually for over 24 years. Full disclosure, I dislike Canvas. I know it's on your consent agenda tonight, and dislike is probably a very tame word for me, considering that. But if you were to ask me what system would I use next year, believe it or not, I'd probably say Canvas. Not because I like it, but because it's been such a time suck in my life for the past 2 or 3 years. But if you were to ask me if I were to start a new school next year, it'd be Google Classroom, hands down. I'm disappointed with, I used to feel very confident in my grades and the accuracy of them. I can't say I feel the same way now, given the 2 grade books we use. As you know, many of you know, we go back and forth between Aspen, which is the state reporting tool, and Canvas. I'm disappointed with so many known gradebook issues that it's on consent with no feedback from the end user, us. Where is the reluctance to ask the teachers, the kids, the seniors who just left who use both systems, Canvas and Google Classroom? Perfect group to ask. They have no axe to grind or anything like that. You can't say they're biased one way or another. Ask the parents. Department heads have asked for the past 2 years to have a meeting. They've gone to the department head meetings, asked to have a meeting with technology. Somewhere there's a gap where this meeting has not happened for 2 years. There's been no discussion between all the department heads and anyone with technology. Ask the Canvas ambassadors who you in general have paid to teach us how to use it. Feedback from the teachers. Ask the special educators in this building. Why them? They see how every Canvas system is set up from every different teacher in the building. Mine is different from yours, which is different from yours, which is different from yours, and that's what the kids see. The special educators in this building see that because they can see all of our different Canvas systems. It's very discouraging we continue down this path of no input from the end user with this and many other initiatives, and really that's what really bugs me the most. Many of us in this building have master's degrees, some even doctors, and yet we're never asked, what do you need and how can we make this better? Ask us in the beginning of the year and ask us at the end of the year. You might find the responses kind of surprising, but still, we're never asked. And that's really discouraging when you have a bunch of professionals in this building, and I hope things would change in the future, and I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. The next up, I believe, is Bob Armamento. Sorry, thank you.
Hi, Bob Armentano, 20 Sanford Ave. I wanted to talk about the issues with the capacity at Hamilton and other schools, as well as kind of how this is all being dealt with. In particular, there was something added to the website with school registration just recently that said schools or kids will be placed in their home schools on a first-come, first-served basis. So you guys, there was a redistricting that happened, and now when kids sign up, my son in particular is going into kindergarten. He has a sister that's at 3rd grade at Hamilton. When we signed up in May, we got an email back saying he can't go there, we're at full capacity. We just watched 5 different things that you guys had that rely on data to determine decisions. Yet when it comes to which school the kids are going to go to, we know there's a redistricting problem, but yet still you're just going to fill it on a first-come, first-served basis. You're not going to look at who has the same. And I know this may be addressed, but the fact that I have to even be up here saying this, I've worked as a data analyst for 18 years, and just, I know the kids aren't just data, but you got to look at all of them and at least give us a chance to apply or register before you make the decision as to who's going to go there. It doesn't, it's frustrating. You know, the other thing that they say to us is that, oh, it's okay if they go to another school, there's not as many there, it's better off, you know, all these different educational things that people read and tell us. They say students do better when there are less kids in the classroom. So why are we doing one at capacity and not having that with the others? And why are we not just at least thinking about it before you put up a little thing on the email, on the website that says first come, first served? Take that off of the website and get rid of that policy. It makes 0 sense. It goes against everything that you guys stand for as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizens like to speak this evening? Okay, if you could just state your name and address, and we'll have the clerk grab it.
Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Fortin, 198 Sylvan Court. I'm here also to echo the concerns about school placement for kindergartners. I have a 2nd grader. I was told my kindergartner cannot go with my 2nd grader. My husband travels for work. I have to have children in 2 separate elementary schools across town that do not provide before and after care for working families, 2 different bus schedules, 2 different PTO meetings. How is this constructive for families? This policy makes 0 sense to say, oh, you registered in April and you took the information down about my child being a sibling and then you didn't use it. That is incredibly frustrating. To be held in limbo, not knowing if I can register my children or have them go to before and after care together. This is unacceptable. These policies need to be changed to better serve all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so much for coming out and speaking. We appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Frank?
Thank you. Excuse me. I have 2 items. One, first, it's my pleasure to introduce to the committee Mr. Joe Pesatoro, who is our new finance director. I don't think any of you have met Joe, but Joe, welcome to North Kingstown. The second item is a congratulatory item. We had applied for a grant, which is called Learning Inside Out Grant from the Department of Education. I'm happy to say that Wickford Middle School and Davis Middle School were awarded just under $100,000, and Forest Park was awarded just under $50,000. And congratulations to Rebecca McAllister from Davisville Middle School, who's a science curriculum coordinator, and Kelly Grennan Smith, who's a science teacher who participated in the development of those grants. Also, Raina Russo from Wickford Middle School, who's the curriculum coordinator, was involved in the writing of the Wickford Middle School grant. And lastly, congratulations to Holly Morin from who's a Forest Park resident and a PTO member, who was awarded also the grant just under $50,000. So congratulations to these individuals for receiving those grant awards. Thank you.
Yeah, we can clap for grants. Thank you so much, and congratulations to those grant recipients. Moving on to next agenda item, we have the routine items, and so the first is to seal the executive minutes from the June 6th meeting and disclose that there were no votes taken in today's executive session. Do we have a motion? Okay, so moved by Ms. Lima. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second for Mr. Case. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And moving on to the consent agenda, would anyone like to exempt anything from the consent agenda?
Just lost my screen. Can I pull C3, 4, D2, and D3?
Sorry, what was the last one, Jen?
D2, D3, and D4, actually.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm going to exempt C1 and 2.
Maybe we just take them all one by one, Aaron. It might be easier. Because I think they're...
Well, yep, no, that's fine, that's fine. And so what I have remaining right now is B and D1. Yep. Do you want to hear those together? Okay. So can I please get a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Ms. Lima. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Case. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And so we'll go back to item C. We'll take them together, 1 and 2. That is the minute approval from the May 5th meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion for Ms. Lima. Do I have a second? Okay, second for Mr. Bridey. Any discussion?
I'm going to abstain from those minutes because I was not present.
Okay. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, so 4, and then we have Mr. Case's abstention, so those pass. Thank you very much. Moving on to items C3 and 4, we'll take those together if you don't mind.
I just need to abstain because I was in here.
Yep, that's fine. Is it okay to do them together, though? Okay. So I'll move that we approve the minutes from the May 16th, the executive session minutes and the business meeting minutes from the May 16th. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so myself for the motion, second for Mr. Case. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have 3 in favor and 2 abstentions, so those pass. Thank you. And then moving on to item, I believe, D2. And that is the Canvas renewal. Can I have a motion, please? Okay, I'll make the motion to approve the Canvas renewal. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, and then we'll open it up to discussion. And so, Ms. Lima, I know that you wanted to exempt it, so I don't know if you want to speak, and I also want to give Mr. Waterman a chance to speak on it as well. So, Mr. Waterman, do you want to go first, and then we'll go to Jen? Okay.
Whatever she like.
I'm sorry, what?
Whatever she would prefer.
Yeah.
Does she want to go?
She said you could go first.
Okay. So this is the first renewal of Canvas, which is our learning management system. The school committee back in 2016-17, when I first came on as director of technology at the time, was pushing for an LMS at that time with the thought to better prepare high school students for colleges and universities for a platform that they use. I was not in favor of an LMS at that time because we were still rolling out technology with our one-to-one initiatives, our classroom technology refreshes. But following COVID, during the spring of 2020, it became clear based off of feedback we had from families that a single unified platform was needed. So there was a search committee that was made up of teachers, technology lead teachers, building administrators, a couple central office administrators, and there were 7 or 8 different learning management systems that were reviewed remotely. Canvas was the unanimous selection of those, and we signed a 3-year agreement that included training, and it was implemented in the fall of 2020. It became clear early on in the fall of 2020 that the ease in which it was demonstrated with was not as easy as we were finding it to be. So there was an MOA reached with the teachers union. It was jointly agreed upon that we would move in steps as far as creating a web page, posting assignments, receiving assignments, grading assignments, and then in years 2 and 3, we moved to using some of the grade passback features, which was designed to be a time saver for teachers. So here we are now. We're at the 3-year initial contract has ended, and I'm recommending that we do a 1-year renewal, and the reason for a 1-year renewal is mainly from a fiscal standpoint, so that we're not putting up 3 years worth of payment. This is one of those companies that they'll give you a discount for a 3-year agreement, but then you have to pay all 3 years up front, and I know that creates some accounting headaches, and honestly, the savings wasn't worth it. So.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Mr. Waterman. Further discussion from the committee?
So thank you for that explanation. So I was elected in 2020, and pretty much the first thing anybody said to me was, Canvas sucks. I hate Canvas. And I've heard that pretty much for the past 2 years. I've heard it from teachers, I've heard it from students, I've heard it from parents. So it's been kind of a universal statement. But over the past year, as Mr. Abedizian alluded to, with the work that's been put in, it's kind of shifted from we hate Canvas to, well, now we've kind of invested this time in it, and even though we hate it, we don't necessarily want to change it. But there has been a request that's gone out to have a survey to go out to our school community, teachers, parents, students, to kind of find out what the overall consensus is. And I am a little disappointed that survey didn't go out before this renewal came before us, because it would have been nice to at least have some feedback. And so I'm wondering, it's, kind of too late at this point, obviously, because the renewal is before us, but it sounds like there may be some unresolved issues or a disconnect between teachers and IT. So I'm hoping, in the absence of a survey, if maybe there can be some conversations to try to make this, since we're in it for another year, a little less painful for the people who are using it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Waterman?
And if I must say, that is the first that I've heard about being invited to a meeting. What I want to point out is that a learning management system is not just a technology-related item, it's also a curriculum-related item. The job of the IT department, Chaz, Andy, the folks who work over in that department, is to make sure that it's working correctly. We can certainly team up with curriculum to make sure it's being implemented correctly within the content areas. I have no problem with that, and I know that was something that previous assistant superintendents had also engaged with.
Great, thank you. Further discussion? Yeah, I would just add, I know that, the past 3 years have been a very challenging one for a variety of reasons, but I do very much appreciate that this is only a 1-year contract, and I will be in support of it today, because I do understand that transitioning to a new LMS at this point would be a challenge as well, but I very much agree that kind of engaging in some conversation with the end users, I think, would be something that I very much would like to see happen in the fall, so that we do have the data and the information well in advance of when this comes before us again. Because I think it's important to make sure that the tools that we're purchasing, especially large ones like this, are being utilized and are helping our students, staff, et cetera. And I really appreciated what the citizen said today about what do you need and how can we make this better. And so I look forward to hearing more about those conversations and kind of having some sort of analysis, whether it's a survey or whatever the new administration thinks would be best to getting that information. Because I do think after a couple of years, that's a really good time to look into that and check in before another renewal is in front of us next year. Any further discussion? Yep.
I guess it's more a process question for the chair and maybe in my fellow colleagues on the school committee as well. Do we want to approve this with the caveat and tie it to a conversation and say we'll approve it tonight and you're required to have a conversation over the next year and include that in the motion? Is that something that,
Yeah, I'm happy to withdraw my motion if someone wants to present a different one. Okay, I'll withdraw my motion. Do we have a motion on item 2?
So I'll make a motion to approve this contract for 1 year on the condition that conversations start. Rob, you want to throw something out there? I'm like, sorry.
meeting with end users and report back in the fall. That is well in advance of the expiration of this 1-year contract. Yeah. So, by December, the December meeting of 2023. Okay.
Okay, and that was a hogwash motion. Jules, did you get that, or would you like us to restate it? You'll watch the tape. Wonderful. Does the committee have clarification on the motion? Do you all understand? Okay, I heard a motion to approve the campus renewal with the caveat that there would be a discussion with the end users to learn more about their satisfaction with the system and a report back to the school committee by December 2023. Yes. Do we have a second on Ms. Lima's motion?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Case. Further discussion on this motion? Mr. Waterman, would that be something that the administration would be amenable to?
Yes, I'll certainly speak with Mr. Mezzanotte. Again, this is a joint venture, not strictly
yes, thank you.
Technology one, despite
As
what
the administrator
some
that will
may feel.
be here in the fall, that is why I turned to you, not due to the connection to IT, I think. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And again, appreciate all the work that's gone into implementing Canvas, utilizing it. I know shifting systems right before a global pandemic is not ideal, and so I know there's been a lot of work going into it, and I appreciate all the work that the district has done on all levels. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to, I believe we exempted D3, and so that's, can I get a motion for that item, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second for Mr. Bridey. Open it up to discussion.
I was just hoping for an explanation on just.
Yep, sure.
What it is, if
Would the
you could.
administration be able to provide some context to item D3, please?
Sure, and I may lean on Chaz here a little bit because these are tools that are more back end. I know SysCloud is backup, and I believe there's some e-discovery done through that as well. Then the other packets are more tools. Do you want to talk about the Gopher tools?
Yeah, so the ones that are on there for Amplified IT, those are mostly tools that we use pretty regularly about either data or usage collection on the students' like Gmail accounts. A lot of those tools help us with, say, Chromebook enrollment, things like being able to automate in students assigned to certain devices, whether that might be looking up user location data on missing or stolen or lost devices, things of that nature.
Okay. All right, that's good. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
it's all the geeky stuff that we do in the background.
Very impressive stuff, you mean, Michael? Any further discussion on this item? Okay, thank you so much, Chaz. Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item D4. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Bridey. Do I have any discussion on this item?
This was just the same thing, just a quick little, what is it, please?
Oh, you just need an explanation? Thank you. Sorry, I can't hear exactly sometimes. Go ahead, Mike, or Ed Frank, or someone.
I may lean on a friend for this one as well. This is Project Lead the Way.
Yep, phone a friend. Dr.
So
Clark?
this is curriculum related, I believe, for engineering and some, no? Okay, I'm just going to let you talk.
This is for Project Lead the Way. It is our computer science to be in compliance with the CS4RI requirements of the new computer science. So it is the platform fee for all of the buildings.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. I believe we hit all the consent agenda items, correct? Wonderful. Oh, excuse me, E1. And so for E1, do we have a motion for this one? Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, so motion from Mr. Case, second from Mr. Bridey. And so I will open up discussion. Yep, go over to Dr. Pallotta to explain.
Yep, thank you. This is a request from support personnel who's going to get a degree in teaching, and she needs to perform student teaching responsibilities from August 29th to November 29th, and she's asking for an unpaid leave of absence. And according to the contract, it's upon the recommendation of the superintendent with approval of the school committee to approve this. It's under section 14.12, leave of absences, and quote, it says, upon recommendation of the superintendent, the school committee may grant a leave of absence without pay for 1 year to a member of the bargaining unit for the purpose of pursuing a higher degree of education, which is deemed useful in the performance of the individual's duties. Based on the contract language and based on this individual's request, I would recommend that the school committee approve the 3-month request leave of absence without pay.
Great, thank you so much. Any further discussion on this item?
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a motion to approve item E1. Do I have a second? Okay, second for Ms. Lima. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, and best of luck to the employee on their student teaching. Okay, done with the consent agenda. We'll move into unfinished business. Item A, 2022-2023 updates. Anything there?
Yeah. Relative to the 22-23 school budget update, the Finance Department will provide you with the FY23 budget update in the June 20th meeting. On the item B, 23-24 school budget update, just to provide you with some information, we did receive confirmation from the Department of Education that the statewide transportation contract that they negotiate will increase North Kingstown's responsibility by $170,000. Also, the Finance Department is currently working on the 13,000 line item budget to be submitted to RIDE and then get posted on our website. Any questions on 22-23 or 23-24?
I just want to make sure I heard you. For the next year's budget, our transportation is going up by $170,000?
Statewide transportation.
Statewide transportation.
Yeah. RIDE negotiates that contract. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, or any other questions or comments on that one? Okay. Next on the agenda is 23-24 school budget. Any items there?
Yeah, I did that one. Or item C.
Perfect, just kidding. Item C, so CIP, existing non-future bond. Thank you.
The town and the school department are currently working together to reconcile the expenses, the encumbrances, and the open purchase orders to determine the available balance. And we are also working on determining the projects that have been completed. Once that is completed, we will report out to you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on that item? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to item D. Can I get a motion for item D?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Lima, second for Mr. Bridey for discussion. And so I'll ask if anyone from the administration wants to speak to item D.
So the timing on this is fantastic. The person I want to introduce you to just stepped out of the room. I'm sure she'll be back here momentarily.
No worries, it's a long meeting, and so I'll make a motion to move item E before item D. Do I have a second on that?
She's back.
Okay, never mind. We haven't voted yet. I withdraw my motion. We shall patiently wait.
Thank you. So the item up before you, there are two documents. One of them is a 3 or 4 page cover sheet or summary, and then there is the actual contract for Perkins Eastman. What I'd like to do is introduce you, because I don't think you've met this individual. Inga Knox is right here in front of you. I'll actually invite Inga to come up to the podium so she can be on camera as well. She is from Jacobs, and she is our OPM, or Owner's Project Manager. So she is our advocate on this project. She interfaces quite a bit with the architects and with the construction professionals. She is herself a professional in the field, whereas we are not professionals in the construction field. So I'll let you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Inga Knox. I work with Jacobs. Should I just tell about myself?
Yeah.
Okay. So as an owner's project manager, I will be managing the process from beginning to the end, hopefully to the referendum and beyond. The goal is to make sure that we are in, the package is submitted on time and complete and approved by RIDE, as well as the referendum is in process and in good standing. We will work with Perkins Eastman, who is the architect for the project. And a little bit about myself. So I have about 20 years of professional experience, about 12 of that in owner's project management, and I've been in Rhode Island for 5 years working on K-12 programs such as this one. I'm very well familiar with the process, what it entails, but of course we'll work with you and your community on hopefully getting it to the successful outcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Mr. Waterman, further, any further?
So the approval you have in front of you tonight is for $1,718,000, and that's for services to get us through stage 2, which will be submitted in September, and also through meetings for referendum votes, renderings, drawings, as well as if the bond is approved, we have to then act very quickly to get a construction manager, if that's the will of the building committee, on board before December 31st, as that's what qualifies the project as being ready to go by the end of the calendar year, which is our current target. Again, just to bring everybody up to speed, we've created a web page for this project, which is on our main page, NKSD.net. The top section actually talks about the work that's going on before this point, the facility master plan. I know at the building committee there were questions as to why certain sites weren't available. I didn't have them off the top of my head, but they are available now. They are available on that. So tonight is a big step forward in this project, as far as this is what we will need in order to submit stage 2, as well as everything to help get as much information out there so voters can make a educated decision for the bond referendum.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Mr. Brady?
Yeah, I'm not sure who's best suited to address this. I think it's either Andy or Mike, but in reviewing the agreement for this contract, which is obviously a very substantial contract, it noted that disputes would be handled primarily or exclusively by litigation. There is an arbitration option as well that is part of the contract. I'm curious, whose idea was this? Is this something that was proposed by our school department, or is this something that is proposed by Perkins Eastman?
So this was proposed by Perkins Eastman, but I will tell you I was in complete agreement with this. We had a conversation with the OPM. In my experience with my other districts, the construction arbitration, quite frankly, tends not to be particularly friendly to school departments. We do have a mediation clause in here which would precede any kind of litigation, but in fact I think this was a non-negotiable from Perkins Eastman, but again, to be clear, I had no objection to it. I actually usually prefer to use the litigation as opposed to the arbitration.
So in your experience, I take it that you've dealt with this with other clients?
I have.
And you consider this to be standard?
Yeah, I
There
mean,
are
some use the arbitration process. I'm not particularly in favor of it for this particular construction arbitration.
There are pros and cons from each side on it, but I wanted to get some clarification as to where you stood and how that originated. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Ms. Lima?
Rob, I defer to you. You're the building.
Mr. Case?
I was just going to ask, so the money for this is this coming, it looked like it was coming out of the fund balance. And is there an actual, I guess maybe I didn't or didn't fully understand it, I guess. Is there a recommendation on what part of the area of the fund balance, or are you expecting us to tell you, we want a little bit from here and here and here?
Yes, so I had emailed earlier today the spreadsheet, particularly page 2 of the spreadsheet. I had told you the lines that, after talking with our finance department, lines that I would recommend that you all take the money from. I did point out there are a couple lines for work that's currently underway that I would recommend you don't take the money from those lines, and then one in particular for transportation. I made a request because we just had a bid opening for a new bus that we need to purchase and would be coming forward at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything that you'd like to add, Director of Finance? You can feel free to come up to the podium because likely we may have more questions. Hi, Al.
I would just note that the only other item that I would not look to move out the list that Mike did pass over from us would be the 1.3 million on the 2% emergency capital base funding. That is best practice and also policy. And I think Mike covered everything else. That was the only thing I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion?
So I just want to confirm the conversation that I had with Mike today, that this fee of the $1.7 million is payable, and it's the bond does not pass, obviously it's money that we're out. And I wanted to know how other districts paid for this, because if this amount of 1.7 would effectively wipe out our fund balance. And that concerns me, I'm not going to lie, especially with no guarantee of the bond passing. That's a big gamble, and it makes me uncomfortable. So I would like to know how other districts have paid for this type of fee, assuming that they also are like us and don't have millions and millions of dollars sitting in their fund balance.
So I'd like to invite Inga up to the podium as well to share the conversation that we had earlier, but I did also check with our director of facilities who has worked in 2 other school departments, and he did say it's a mix. One place was from the town, the other one was from the school.
And have we had the conversation with the town about asking them to put the money up for this?
I asked that question of the town manager. He said that should come from the school department.
The request, or that no, the money should come from us?
No, I requested from the town manager that I felt that all the expenses related to the project should come from the town.
Okay, and he did not agree with your statement?
No.
Okay.
And do we think that, where does the authority lie for something like that with the town council versus the town manager, I wonder?
I mean, I would think ultimately the town council.
Okay. Ingrid, would you like to elaborate a little bit more on Ms. Lima's question about where kind of funding for this would come for similar projects?
So it is a mix. It depends on the district. It often comes from the city or the town funding versus the school funding, but it depends on each district's decision. One thing that I can say, that assuming that the bond passes and the application passes right away, the district gets kind of like an upfront pay-go fund that it's basically pay per month. So all the invoices and everything that has been encumbered to that time can be submitted right away for reimbursement, and the district will receive the base rate reimbursement, which I believe is 35%. But then fairly quickly, from my experience, it takes 30 days.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion?
So just a question. Does anybody know in South Kingstown when their first bond referendum was rejected and they had put up the money, did they lose it? Like, how did that work? They lost it? Yeah. Okay.
Further discussion? My question is related as far as kind of where we are with our fund balance, how much we maybe are projecting might be going into it from this current school year, because I don't believe we've seen that since we're in the current fiscal year right now. Do we feel like we'll be in compliance kind of with the best practices of how much would be remaining in the fund balance if we did take this money out? Kind of any thoughts on that? And we can always get follow-up information as needed too.
Sure. I mean, just as it stands right now, I look at the 1.3 as the absolute bottom that I wouldn't touch. Beyond that, I would say not having a projection that we would be forthcoming with, I'd be more comfortable to have a projection to give you more of an answer there.
Okay, so just to clarify, based on what we have in the fund balance right now, and then subtracting the $1.7 million, how much would be remaining in the fund balance after if we, for some reason, the bond doesn't pass and we don't end up receiving that funding back?
So, when I look at the other page, where we would be looking at a negative 122,000, if you take where we started and subtract out what's currently listed on that line item, then I would estimate it about, if you took the, it would be about 2. If you took out the 1.7 from there, unless I'm reading, just give me a second. I think I'm reading this incorrectly, because what would happen is you'd have the 3.8 encumbered, you would remove that. So I think it would put you in the same place, because you would be taking that 1.7 in theory from those other projects and reassigning it elsewhere. So that puts me back to where right now that we started the year with about 3.8 and having about 3.8 coming out, it's not looking like there's anything material left.
Okay, further discussion?
By my back of the napkin math, we have 3.7, right? We've got to hold 1.3 for emergency money. That gives us 2.3. We take out 1.7 for Eastman. That leaves us about 600. We've been told not to touch the Rouse, the fleet upgrader, the softball field. So if we back those amounts out, that leaves us with around $200,000 after accounting for all of that. So that's what would be left, not counting the emergency money. And
I'll take your top of head math versus mine. But I was just trying to say that basically if you ignore that money that's not there, then it just leaves that.
Yeah. So we'd be left with around $200,000 in our fund balance that is unallocated. And actually, it's allocated because that's what's left after we pillage the allocated money.
This walk isn't
technically it's still unallocated.
Yeah, this walk isn't the best view of it. If I was to redo this, it would be to take that into account. I don't want to roll into a negative because we wouldn't do that. But realistically, it's tight.
Yep. So I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, because I am concerned that we haven't had an official conversation with the town council regarding this. What is our time frame for need for approving this? Because I am concerned that, I appreciate that the town manager shared their opinions with Dr. Pallotta, but I am concerned that we have not officially requested the $1.7 million from the town council.
Tonight?
Tell me a little bit more about that, Michael.
So they have been doing work since April on this as a contract has been developed. We were hopeful to bring it to you at the second May meeting, but based off the length, we were unable to get it to you in time. We had a number of meetings with Perkins. They are working off of their own liabilities, but at this point, we've got multiple studies going on. We have environmental studies, we have traffic studies. Inga, please help me out, because I know that there's more studies going on that right now they are risking other people's money at this point, and it is important that they have some level of surety tonight in order to keep moving. A couple week delay, maybe you can speak to what that would do to our September timeline.
So, unfortunately, our deadline to submit this package is September 15th. There is a lot that goes on into the package. It's a full schematic design set. Close?
You can take it off. Sometimes that helps folks. There you go.
I'll try to speak up. Is that better? Okay. So unfortunately, the due date is September 15th. It's not that we are doing this kind of a late, it's not like we're doing it at it's, I should say, the timeline is comfortable if we are not stopping. But if we are stopping today, then we will not likely make that deadline, because what goes into the package is a full schematic design set. And this is a requirement by right, and there's a lot that goes into the set. So we'll need to have, in addition to narratives and studies, such as the site, such as the traffic, such as any kind of understanding of wetlands and beyond. So I do know that Perkins Eastman has been working since April. However, because they are bringing on consultants on board that they have to be paying to, they did they did tell us that we have to either get this approved or in some form or shape so they can continue working, or they will have to stop work until this is resolved.
Another question, does this 1.7 represent just what's needed to get to the September 15th deadline, or does it extend beyond that date?
So this represents what's needed to get us to September 15th, and then also to the end of the year, which is December 31st, to get the referendum passed, which a lot of the sort of, I don't want to say marketing materials, but renderings and brochures and whatever else that is needed, they will provide, and they will work with the district. And it is in the contract as well.
Is there also something in there about putting together whatever bid documentation we're going to need for the construction manager?
Correct, right. They will do that as well.
So in the event that the referendum passes, very quickly after that, we have to put an RFP out there to get some type of a construction manager on board, because having that person on board by December 31st is what would qualify us for having a project shovel ready before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, further discussion? Do you have a budget clarifying question for our delightful new Director of Finance? Welcome to the district. Just to clarify my question from earlier, do we anticipate that there will be any money going from FY23 into the fund balance?
So, the answer I said, I'll just give the same answer basically, is that I'll have a projection and then I'll have a better idea at that point.
So like a hard maybe, like I'm just trying to get a sense, like if
Sure.
we're taking out, looking at, and I know this year is very different than fiscal 22, but it looked like in fiscal 22, $1,697,672 was the surplus in FY22. And so I'm trying, and I know you don't have to give me any numbers, but that's what I'm trying to work through my brain, is that the number that we're looking for right now is not accounting any money that we might have in overages from this year. And I have no hard numbers to back this up, but I do anticipate that there might be some money perhaps going in there. So I look forward to your further analysis.
Definitely. I think we're just having the couple of months without a projection, and if you look on that line where right above the funds where it comes down to the 121, I'm hopeful there would be something, but we'll have a better answer in a few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And when?
A few weeks.
The 6:20 meeting.
Yeah, not helpful
Not
for
in-
today's
not in,
conversation.
20 minutes,
but
okay.
No, yeah, not today is
Can
what
I
we're
add-
hearing.
Can I add one thing to
Yeah.
the show? So Phoenix, my controller, provided me some more good information about as far as not just the funds that we're detailing here, but also the 1.4 million that was moved to Fund 3201 for capital improvements. there's a possibility that the school committee could go back to the town and ask to recommit some of those funds as well for part of the 1.7.
Mike, isn't that what I asked you about earlier today?
Yes, that's the capital money.
Okay, and so we can do that?
I'm looking to Joe. So who would we have to go to reclassify those funds?
Elle had mentioned it would come through the town, so.
Okay. So the 1.4 is money that the town had allocated to us at budget times over the past couple of years for our capital improvement projects. So that money is set aside. Correct me if I'm wrong here. That money is not reflected anywhere on the spreadsheet that we're looking at?
It's reflected in the fact on the first page in the walk where it's money coming out, but it's not part of this, no. So it's not shown here.
Not part of the 3.8?
No.
Is it listed on this spreadsheet, Joe?
Page 1, it's the 900,000 move town appropriated funds.
Yeah, that's the money that I asked you about, Mike, if we could have that back. And you said no, and Ella's saying yes. So which is it?
I don't think you can move it. I think what Elle is saying is that you'd have to get permission from the town
Well,
council.
that's what I asked you, if we could ask the town, and you said no.
I would like to phone a friend. Elle, would you like to come to the microphone?
Tiebreaker.
Because that makes a difference. That's like $1.5 million.
That would make a difference, I agree.
Yeah.
Hi. So that money was asked for during Mary King's presence as the COO. And because it was asked under certain restrictions and with very certain recommendations to fund maintenance, to have a consistent fund flow from the town to do infrastructure work and things of that nature, it is restricted in that sense. But it did come from the town's council, so it sits in a capital reserve account for those projects. Those projects were laid out to be done. None of them have been done. So what I'm saying is it is restricted, and the town expects us to use it for that purpose. You could go back to the town and ask them if they can reassign that money to be used for a different purpose. But you can't do it yourself because it was given to us with good faith that we would follow through on the projects that we asked for it for.
No, I understand that the conversation Mike and I had today was about asking the town to reallocate it. So it sounds like that is a possibility.
I think it's a possibility. I think it's worth a try. It's the highest level of restriction. At one point I had given you guys a notes form that had 4 different definitions of how fund balance was assigned. That is the top level, which is restricted.
Yep.
So any type of movement there has to go back to the original donor, who in this case is the town council.
Do we know what those projects are that have not been done?
Well, you should have the schedule in the documents that were sent to you. Behind that fund balance schedule, there is a detail of how those funds were set to be spent.
Anyone have an idea of which of the 419 pages I could look
So
towards?
it's not the sheet that was sent to you. It would have been anything off of the capital improvement list, which is, which are any of those projects. So it's not like the bond where there were specific.
Okay. I think where Mr. Case is going, or at least where my brain is going, is were there items on the middle schools or the elementary schools that would be impacted by this that we might be able to say, when this happened, we were planning on utilizing money to do work at Wickford Middle School, Davisville Middle School, et cetera, but in the light of the fact that we're going to be going forward with a new middle school, hopefully, we would like to ask the town's permission to reallocate those funds to a different restricted area.
Dr. Earl, those funds actually were earmarked for very specific projects.
Yep.
So just to correct, I think I heard a misstatement that they were sitting for non-specific reasons. There is a schedule that we can provide to you, and I believe there was supposed to be an accumulation over several years that would eventually come to $3.9 million. We've received the first $1.4 million of that schedule. But there is a very specific project schedule that money was supposed to fund.
Elle, do you know when that money was allocated?
It's so far we received $400,000 in 2021, 522, and 523. We're set to, we asked, we don't know if we will be receiving, but the schedule that Mary King put forth that seems to be being respected right now will be 1.5 million in fiscal '24, and another,
So those are the
chunk in-
capital reserve allocations, okay.
Right.
So
I think just to clarify, I understood that they were specific things that we had lined item. I guess my question was, not knowing it off the top of my head, were there items in the buildings that we are hoping to close that had specific funds earmarked for them?
I believe Bob Carenti is working on a project list of things that were completed that were part of the $13.5 million bond, but I do not believe that he's taken on the project to give us a list of things that were done for infrastructure. Is that accurate, Mike?
I'm pulling up the list now. Give me one moment.
Okay. Well, we'll give you a moment. Mike, thank you. Thank you, Al. Further discussion on this item?
I think we should go back to the town and ask them if we can have this money for this purpose. Yeah, that's why I'm going to make a motion that we do not approve this contract tonight, that we ask the town if we have to have a special meeting. I'm not comfortable clearing out our fund balance to approve of this contract as it stands tonight, but I think if we can reallocate this money for this purpose, then I'm okay with it.
I actually have the document here that tells you what this $1.4 million was expected to fund. So if I can.
I would also say, Jen, I think that is a possible solution, but I am also concerned that we haven't officially asked the town if they have any funds available to help contribute towards the $1.7 million. Of course, we know that this is a school building, but also being part of the town, I know that there are other districts that are not just relying on their school district's funding, but also the town funding to help fund these projects. And so I am concerned that we haven't asked the council their opinion on, availability of funds and possible contributions to the 1.7 million.
Do you want to just expand that and just say, ask the town to fund this and then go from there?
Maybe we could say it a little differently, although I am concerned about the time frame with the delay, although I am also concerned about the amount and kind of the numbers that we're seeing. Further discussion?
I just make a comment. I hear what you're saying, Jen, but I think it's imperative that you approve the $1.7 million and then go to the town, because if the town says no, then it's going to come back to you to make that decision again, and we're just going to be further behind. It's the timelines that we're up against at this point.
At the end of the day, Frank, I'm not comfortable spending $1.7 million on a gamble that the bond's going to pass. I'm just not based on our current financial position. I understand the importance of the new school, but at the end of the day, the responsibility to the rest of the children, like the district, it's just that puts us in a precarious financial position, and I'm not comfortable voting yes. So, I'm just one vote, but that's my position, is I'm not comfortable clearing out the fund balance.
Do we mind hearing from the project manager? Yes, that's what I'm asking.
But of course.
Would it be helpful if maybe the vote can happen to say you're going for the town to ask. However, if you approve the amount, assuming the town will help, and also a partial amount that we can spend sort of now until you're dealing with the town, so we can keep going, an amount that perhaps this committee will be comfortable with, so that at least we can continue going through, for example, this month's of work and whatever has been accumulated to this date. Or, for example, something that we've discussed with Perkins Eastman is that they can go sort of on time and material basis, so they're not to exceed, of course, the values that they've provided. But so they're working, say they accumulated encumbered, 500,000 or 400,000. They can give us breakdowns of the hours they spent, but they can continue because this is crucial. We're not going to be able to make the deadline. Every day counts in this case.
Yep, that's reasonable. Can you provide
an amount?
Mm-hmm.
You can take a moment if you'd
okay,
like.
I need to think.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry.
Other conversation, well?
just to go back to that sheet with the amounts, the one that was passed over. So the sheet L is referencing our buckets of money. What I was referencing was the actual project list. So there's actual projects, like specific, like water bottle filling stations, which is what I was referencing, versus buckets such as physical plant investments or improvements. So that's we were saying it differently, but talking about the same things, just at different levels of details.
Yeah, I think what I was, so for example, I was clarifying with, like, say, for example, under the district capital physical plants investment, there looks to be, I don't know, a certain amount of money in that area. My question was, like, underneath that kind of funding line, were there going to be physical plant investments allocated to Wickford Middle School, Davisville Middle School, et cetera, et cetera?
So there are $58 million worth of existing projects at all of our buildings from the last capital improvement plan.
Other discussion?
I just think that if we can get a lower number, we can at least keep the project going. You can get all the information you need. You can go to the town, but at least keep it going until the next meeting when you can then maybe put it back on, but give them something that can keep them going for the next month.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion while we wait for Ingrid to calculate numbers?
I think we also need to get, because this information here, this ties into what we already have in our reserve. So I think we need to get a clearer picture of what we actually have in terms of capital reserve and fund balance so that we can make a better educated decision. I know we've been short-staffed in the finance department and you haven't been here very long and, just have been focusing on the budget, but I think there's a lot of maybe not clear pictures. So I think that would be helpful to make a big decision like this. And maybe in a couple weeks, if we can push this vote off, you'll have a better projection on what we might have rolling over into fund balance for next year.
So not just a projection, but also
I'll take a projection.
Where all the all money is, not just all the one piece, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hi, welcome. Ingrid, what's the number that could possibly make us keep going?
It is hard for me to say for sure because I'm not the architect. That's for them to sort of make that decision. And I don't know how much they've encumbered to this moment. But I was thinking, would you be able to do an approval to 50% of that, but on T&M basis, meaning, say, you approve, say, 800,000 not to exceed, so which means that once they've encumbered that and they build that, you'll have to definitely get an approval, another approval, but they can keep going. And they will be submitting not percent complete invoices, but rather how much time they actually spent and what the consultants actually built. And I'm guessing this might be a 1 month process. My guess that they have to date probably spent around 200,000 just up until today from April. And then in addition to that, it's probably another 200. It is front heavy because a lot of the work that's going to happen is going to happen now, not so much in September. That is why I think 50% of the 1.7 to start is a good value, but I don't know what this committee is comfortable with.
You said 800,000, right?
Yeah.
Technically, it's 850.
850 would be exactly 50%, but it will have to be worded in a sense that not the contract is that, it's just that you are approving the value while this committee is deciding how it's going to be funded, whether it's by the town or by the school.
Does anyone know when the town council is meeting next, Jen? The town council? Usually it's month, but we're off schedule with them right now. Do they meet this week? they meet Monday. So we won't be able to get on that agenda. It would have to be.
No, we can, because their agenda has to be published on Thursday. So if you call Greg, maybe you can get it on the agenda, because today's Tuesday, so.
Okay, so here we are. I'm thinking about the next step. Further discussion? Anything else? Okay, yes, go ahead.
One other item is, would it be helpful to, well, I think it would be helpful to also vote on the value of the contract. So assuming it all goes through, the value this committee is okay with. So it's 1.7. There is no dispute on the 1.7 if everyone agrees on the work. So I think that will help Perkins Eastman to go ahead and sign on those consultants.
The 1.7 takes you through December. You've got to get the work done prior to the bond. And then any expense that comes after that, you're going to know whether or not the bond has passed or not. So, if the 850 is a reasonable number out of the fund balance at the present time, you can make a motion not to exceed $850,000, which is going to get you to the point where stage 2 will be completed and it'll get you to the bond. I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing 850 gets us enough time to determine whether or not the town will
give us the other 850.
Give us the other 850. Yeah.
We could potentially go ahead and ask Perkins Eastman to give us a number that takes us from September 15 to the end of the year, and what it costs to produce just the documents needed for the stage 2 application. We could certainly go ahead and do that, and they can sort of break that out for us. I don't think it's 50%, because majority of this package and majority of the fee is going into the stage 2 application, specifically producing the drawings, not so much even the package itself. What that percentage is, I don't know. I could ask. I do think that 50% will give you, so just to go back a little bit, whatever they produce right now, you get to keep. So all the studies, all the traffic studies, all the wetland studies, everything, every drawings, everything, whatever they get to, the town gets to keep and take over. They're also producing a schematic design set of drawings and studies that will be a little bit above and beyond. So when you go into the subsequent phase, which is called stage 3, you still need to get that schematic design in. So you will not need to do that, because they're committed to delivering a quality package now. And the fee is it's industry standard. I can attest to that their fee and what they've allocated is not above and beyond. We can argue whether it's reasonable to spend so much upfront. It is a risk, and I think every district deals with exactly the same dilemma, but unfortunately that's what has to happen to get this done. It's above our understanding. It's above and beyond what we can change. We're just trying to move this along.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. Just a clarification on the 1.7 million. If the bond does pass, I heard you say the part about where the pay-go fund would be set up, et cetera. Things that have been spent before could be submitted, and then that the base of 35% would be reimbursed. And so does that mean whomever puts up the money for the 1.7 million, that would then receive that 35%?
Yes.
And that would, therefore, it would, if the bond passes, we would get that reimbursement. So it's actually not 1.7, it would be 35% if we move forward.
That, yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Do we have a motion? We currently do not have a motion on the table either. We have a motion for discussion. So if anyone on the committee at any point would like to make a motion, feel free to do so.
Can I just ask for a clarification? When the money is reimbursed, that's reimbursed to the town, and then we have to depend on the town to turn that money over to us, correct?
We actually, I'm sorry. We actually set it up in the sense that when we set up during this application process, we write up a narrative of what comes from school department and what comes from the town. For example, sometimes into this one application, there'll be, say, other small projects like roofs or windows, and maybe the town wants to fund those from the school department funding, not so much from the town. So we will basically put that in a narrative and tell RIDE where the money comes from, so they allocate it as such. And that can also be amended as you go forward. There's a way to do it, but in the initial, whatever if the school department funded the 1.7 million, the reimbursement goes to the school department.
So not what you said, is what Ingrid said.
I know. That's not what I've heard in the past.
Yeah, okay, so we need to seek some
We
clarification
will
on
need
that.
to discuss it with RIDE as well, and of course there's always a communication with the town department. So because the school department is part of the town, so some communication and discussion has to happen, but the school department does get the funding back.
Thank you. Further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the $850,000 tonight contingent, and then make a request to the town for them to fund the whole $1.7 million.
Do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion for Ms. Lima, second for Ms. Hoskins. Any further discussion?
Can I just ask for clarification on the motion? Is that just asking for them to fund it, or does that include asking them to change the restricted money as well? Or,
Let them decide how they want to pay for it.
okay,
Yeah.
so so it's a little more broad.
Yes.
It was your intention. Okay,
Yes.
thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you for the clarification. And the question, further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Any abstention? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
And then, do we need to vote on the, approval of the number? Like she had requested just to, or like a verbal, just yes, like
We're okay with the number.
Mike, do you think at this time, the motion that we just passed is going to be in good faith enough with Perkins, knowing that we're going to go to the town council and request to be on their agenda on Monday? Yes, yeah. I'm sure that's what Jen meant. Jen, you meant not to exceed, correct?
Right. Right.
Most certainly,
Yes,
yeah, she meant
yes.
that. Yes, of course. Thank you. That's in that.
I don't know. We can find out.
Well, yep. So my recommendation is to leave as is, and if Mr. Waterman speaks to Perkins and that is not acceptable to them, then we will need to call a special meeting and approve the number. But I think based on the conversations that we had today, I don't know if approving 1.7 without a funding source is the correct choice. But if someone would like to make a motion, you may do so, but it will not be me.
No, that's fine.
Can I make a motion to move up from new business, the elementary school enrollment update D to now? So there's two parents, I think, who would like to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. I too would like to go home, but here we are. No, we most certainly can do that. And so are we done with item D? Okay, for now. So I have a motion from Jenny to move item D, under new business D, to be the next item. Do we have a second? Okay, so second from Mr. Case. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move that item up. Thank you so much for your patience to the family members that are here. And so I'll turn that over to the administration for an update on what is going on with the elementary enrollment. And then if we need a motion, we are more than welcome to do so. It's on page 4.
Regarding the district elementary enrollment, we had an issue at Hamilton Elementary School registering K students because the class had filled up. However, we have worked out a plan. I've met with several parents. We're able to accommodate those parents that have siblings, and we'll also be able to accommodate the individuals that volunteer to have their children move to another school. We can bring them back to Hamilton. I cannot divulge the plan right now, but I can assure the parents, and they will receive a letter from me tomorrow assuring them that their K siblings will be able to be enrolled at Hamilton. And when I have an opportunity to discuss the plan with the individuals involved, then we'll make the plan public. But the parents who are concerned about their K siblings will receive a letter from me tomorrow ensuring them that they will be able to be accommodated in a new K classroom being established at Hamilton Elementary School.
Okay, thank you for that update. Further discussion on this item? Yes, Mr. Case?
Would it be, and I guess this is a question for the chair, would it be possible to make a motion to request, I guess I'm asking, is this the appropriate time? To make a motion to request that the town include the school department as far as zoning plans for new development so we can get the data and be notified earlier in the process so we can, because I know the redistricting process is a long required process by the state, so to give us the lead time that we might need in order to effectively redistrict, can we get that data early and be included in the conversation earlier? So can the zoning board include the school department as part of notification that these developments are on the books, they're coming on the books, they're coming down the pipeline? Just include us in the notification.
Yeah, so first I would ask, is that current practice? So Mr. Waterman, do you have any historical context on that?
I do not.
Okay, so...
I also want to say that the development has always been there. It's just they couldn't sell the lands and the lots because of the housing crunch and crisis. And then when it opened up and exploded, the entire neighborhood is now full. Mm-hmm. So the lots have always been there. They've been there for 30 years. So it's literally just they finally sold, and people that put houses up on them.
Great,
That's
thank you
part of the problem with the Hamilton is that neighborhood in the last 4 years has completely exploded.
Great, thank you for that clarification. What I'm hearing, though, I think, Mr. Case, is just a little bit more communication between the town and the school department in helping with the projections. And so if you would like to make a motion, I believe that is appropriate under this item. And then I do have further discussion on the topic just in general that I want to defer to the policy committee. But if you want to make your motion first, then I can go back, or I can do mine, and then you can make your motion. But the second one's better.
Okay, we'll do the second one.
Just so that way we don't have to reopen the discussion.
Yep.
And so I just wanted to first apologize to families that, have had some added stress in June. As a mom of an incoming kindergartner, I understand that is a lot, and especially with siblings, and I would like to thank Dr. Pallotta for working through that challenge with those families and figuring out a solution. I'd like to defer to the policy subcommittee any policies under Section J regarding how we work through capacity issues at the schools. I wanted to name a specific policy, but it looks like there's 3 or 4 that might be there, so I'll defer to the policy committee to look through that because I do want some clarification and just at least a review to see if there are any updates that need to be made. And then also I would like us to review the language that was put on the website and make sure that it is in correspondence with the policy as current. And if it is, then we'll work through the policies and adjust as needed. And if it's not, we should adjust the language on the websites. Any further discussion before Mr. Case makes their motion? Okay. Hearing none. Mr. Case, do you have a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we request from the town that the zoning board give notification to the school department about future projects, developments, things in the pipeline that could affect school enrollment. And so we can have advanced notification as early as possible.
Just a clarification before you get a second on that motion. Do you want to restrict it to just the zoning board, or do you want to just make it a little more general to the town, maybe any committees that would maybe want to provide information?
Yeah, I would include that to the entire town. If there's other committees that are involved in that, that would be good too.
Wonderful, thank you. So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Case, second from Ms. Lima. Any further discussion on that one? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, and we'll correspond with the town regarding that. Any other discussion on item D? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on, and I look forward to some future conversations at the policy subcommittee and maybe some proposed changes in the future. Thank you. Okay, we're going back up to item
E. Policies.
Most certainly. Let's see, what page are we on? Thank you. Thank you. So we have item E. There are 3 different policies here. I will defer to our policy chair. Ms. Lima, do you want to present these each individually as motions, or do you want to present them as a package?
No, I'd like to present them individually, please. Okay. Sorry, just because there's a couple notes on one of them. So the first one is just the annual update for
do you want to just make a motion for me?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with a modification, policy JLCE. This is the annual update for the emergencies first aid. As presented, it is just to...
Wait, hold on 1 second. So you have a motion to approve
Yep.
policy JLCE with the change. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, discussion. Go ahead, Jen.
So as it's presented, it is just updating the dates as the annual update, and then it's also this year updating the forms that are attached to include the revised language that we did around inclusiveness for the footers and the headers. But since it's being updated, what I'd like to do at the same time as it's being updated is update the language in this form to include parent, guardian, and they instead of he, him, since we're making the update to the document anyways. So I'd like to make the motion to approve this document with those changes. Jules, I did a red line markup that I can send you, so I'd like to make that
so
motion.
as presented to us, but with incorporating inclusive language in those areas.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, I'll call this question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any abstentions? Perfect, thank you. Motion carries unanimously, thank you. Item number 2, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, okay, perfect. So we have a motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Case. Discussion?
And this is the second read of the student exchange program that was looked at the last meeting. I believe I wasn't here, but I believe you all did the first read on this. This is just to update it to allow for a student to receive a diploma under certain conditions as requested, and for students from Jamestown to participate in the foreign exchange program.
Yes, thank you. And just of a clarification discussion to officially document that Jamestown students are allowed to participate. They've
Correct.
been able
Yes,
to in
they
practice.
have been able to. This
yeah.
is just actually writing it into the policy.
Yes. And just another clarification on this one too. This would be if a student is leaving their home institution, not receiving a diploma, not participating in their home schools, and then basically shifting to the district.
Correct. It's not an automatic. It's just under certain conditions it gives the principal the discretion to make the exception.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any objections, any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And then the next one, E3. Do I have a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve this with one modification, which is to swap out the language in paragraph 5 to replace the existing language with the text that's actually in the statute around the timing for what we're allowed in terms of timing for responding to the APRA requests.
Okay, thank you. So the policy stands with the slight shift to go into the to make the language in compliance with the law.
Correct. Paragraph 5 just has our verbiage, and it'll just swap out the language for the actual statute.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Case. Further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And we'll ask the clerks to update that and get those updated policies on the website as soon as possible. Thank you.
Jules, I have that blurb for you too. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the policy subcommittee for working through those. And we look forward to future policy updates at future meetings. Okay, moving on to item, where are we? F? Yep. Yep, we're getting there. Okay, so do we have a motion for item F?
I'll make a motion for discussion.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll open up discussion. We obviously heard the presentation from ESS earlier, and the item on the agenda is the contract for the school year 23-24. Further discussion? Frank?
Yeah, before you take a vote on this, I just want to provide you with some information, updated information. The program is funded through ESSA, as you know, for 1 year, ESS. And we did post the 4 psychologist positions, 2 from the operational budget, 2 from ESSA. Over the last month, we've only had 1 applicant. So I just think you need that information before you make a decision.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that context, and best of luck with those searches. Further discussion on this item?
So thank you for coming in to make the presentation. We're headed into year 3 on this, and I feel like this is not getting any easier each time this contract comes up for renewal. I had asked some questions regarding the language that was in the contract as to last year's contract, as to whether the services that were supposed to be provided had actually been provided. And Rob was supposed to get back to me with some updates on that, and he didn't. I'm curious to know whether or not they had been. So I guess I don't know whether you're able to answer those questions for me.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Lima, just to clarify what the question is.
I pulled up the contract from last year and
Yep.
the services that were supposed to be provided as part of the contract to see if they actually were, and Rob was supposed to follow up.
Understood.
And some of them were answered in the presentation, but not all of them.
I think in the interest of time, if you have an outstanding question that you want to ask to the folks from ESS, maybe that would be more effective if there's something very specific.
I'll follow up after. It's more the point that, and again, I recognize that these services are needed. I recognize that the in-school model is, but I feel like heading into year 3 that it is still pulling teeth with the service provider to get the information that we need when we need it. Again, this is sitting at it from the school committee level. I don't know what it's like in the school, but it's incredibly frustrating to have to deal with this every time something comes up. I really would like to know what the plan is for these services next year. We've been talking about this for the past 2 years. This is the last year that this is funded out of ESSER, and I am very concerned, especially after hearing what Frank just said about how we're going to be able to provide these supports. We had talked earlier this school year about putting this particular service out to bid. I don't think that ever happened. I don't know whether it did or not, but I'm curious to know what happened with that. I just, I recognize that we need these services. I just don't feel like we are. One thing specifically that we asked for last year was to increase the number of students that we were servicing, and I feel like we're not there yet. Another thing, as far as the actual contract goes, the language that is in the contract does not tie to what's in the presentation, so we need to look at that because the contract that's attached does not represent what we're doing. So I just, again, every year this comes up, and every year I feel like I sit up here and I complain, but I recognize the value for these students. I don't doubt that these services are needed. I don't doubt that the students are being helped by it, but from an administrative standpoint, it is not easy, and I just don't feel like we're getting the value for the money in terms of reaching enough students.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Did you want ESS to to reply to any, like a specific question in that one, or?
No,
I hear you very, I hear you very much.
It's
yeah.
just, I don't think that what was promised to be provided last year was promised. I feel like what's being up there is not more students as was promised, and I just feel like, again, probably what's happening on the ground is different, and I don't doubt that it's worth it if one student is being serviced, but it's just incredibly frustrating that here we are headed into year 3, and there's still, questions and frustrations every time this contract is up, and it's going to be up in one more year, and we don't have a plan for replacing it. And we've been talking about that for 3 years.
Understood. I would like to, one of the questions that was in your discussion was the one about whether or not this went out to bid, and so I'd like to turn that question over to Mr. Waterman, if possible.
No, I don't believe this ever went out to bid. Right? No.
Okay, thank you. But it falls under the renewal category of our purchasing? Is that why?
I think we had a specific conversation about putting this out to bid because of the issues we were having with this provider. So I'm wondering why the decision was made not to put it out to bid.
When was this conversation? I apologize, I don't recall.
Jody, do you remember?
Yeah, no worries. I do remember that conversation, Jen. I honestly don't remember the end result. And so I know also we had Mr. Waterman was out for a bit this spring as well. And so totally understand if that means that you can't move forward with it. But I don't specifically remember the information. Further discussion on the contract that's in front of us. To clarify the amount, because I know it's a big document. Mr. Waterman, could you clarify the amount that this contract covers for the next year? And it's okay if you have to look it up, but I'm reading it, but I want to make sure that I am understanding the financial contributions that we're taking out of the ESSER funds.
Let me pull this together. I was not involved with putting this together,
Yep.
so give me a moment, please.
Yep.
It's $415,000.
$415, correct?
Would it be beneficial to table this until the next meeting?
Well, the language in the contract is not tied to what was in that presentation, so I would recommend on that basis only doing it.
Yep. Is there specific concerns, Jen, regarding the presentation versus the contract that you want clarification on? Because we're happy to work through that as needed, as far as, is it the number of students or the way that the services are going to be provided?
I think it
Because
was
the contract's the legal document, so that's the one that, I'm most concerned about, but I totally understand the concern over discrepancies.
Correct. No, there were a few and it was more that there are things in there also that they're saying that they provided last year that I don't think they did, that they're in there now saying that they're also going to provide. So,
Okay, so Mr. Waterman, if we were to table this item, when does the current year contract expire? Let's see.
I think it's June 30th.
Yep. So there is a possibility that we could push this contract to the June 20th meeting without having disruptions to students? Okay. With looking for a need for more clarification, and in the interest of time, I would like to recommend tabling this item and working through some of the logistics and conversations. I would say, me personally, I understand the frustration about the lack of data, Jen, and having some of that. I also know that we've had some administrative transition, and I really appreciate Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Mezzanotte working with ESS as well as the building administrators to try to make sure that in our transitions we're providing the best services with the ESS to the students. And I personally am in support of continuing our contract because I do think it's important for consistency, but I very much share your concern about, the amount of money for the contract as well as the what's going to happen when the ESSER funding is gone in a year. So that is a massive concern for me. And when looking at 3 practitioners and $415,000, which I know includes more than just the 3 practitioners' salaries, it's quite a bit of money, and I understand that. So, but my recommendation at this point is to table it. Robert's rules wise, what do we need to table? Do I need a affirmative vote from the committee, or?
No, just
yeah. Jen, do you have a motion? Do we have a motion?
I just did a motion to.
We were motion to discuss. I don't have to. Yeah, so I'll make a motion to table this item. But with that motion, I would like us to get some further clarification from the presentation today and the contract that's before us, as well as any outstanding data and information that we need to feel confident in moving forward.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question to table this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much to the ESS folks. We really appreciate all that you're doing for our students, and we will be in touch to work through, and appreciate you staying so late. Moving on to the next item, it is the item G, the MOA for SRO. Do I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Case. Open that up for discussion. Does the administration have an update, or perhaps the district lawyer? Andrew?
Sure. So I provided the draft model that we had proposed to the school department. I sent that to the town solicitor, who forwarded over to a captain in the police department. They sent back a different document, asked us to consider that. We expressed some reservations with their document. Again, asked them to consider what we had sent. We explained it was based on the Massachusetts model. It's been presented to the Rhode Island Association of SROs. And the captain was good enough to get right back to me and said he'd be reviewing it with the chief and with the town manager. That was probably middle of last week, so I'm hoping to hear something this week.
Okay, thank you so much for the update. And so it sounds like perhaps we might have a future update for the June 20th meeting?
I would hope, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to new business. It looks like item A is a replacement of a gas pump access system. You need an approval to, okay, so I'll make a motion to approve item A. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second for Ms. Lima. Discussion. Mr. Waterman, do you want any justification on this one?
Sure. This is the card access system that unlocks the fuel pump for our buses. It has, it is in a state of needing continual repair, and bubble gum and duct tape is what's holding it together right now. So this is a high priority.
I'm going to pretend that you're joking, but I'm worried you're not, about the bubble gum. Any further discussion on this one? I would like to, just while we're on this item need of replacement brought up a concern regarding our purchasing practices, and so I would like to defer to the policy committee to look at emergency approval for items that are really time sensitive. When we were looking through what needed to happen for this item, we didn't have any way for the administration to be able to move forward, and so if the policy committee could look at that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, that was a surprising gap. I already sent a note to Andrew to find out whether we can just tack that onto our existing policy or whether we need a new one, but I'll get that added to the agenda for next week.
Thank you very, very much. And so any further questions or discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, we will call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to item B. Is this a time-sensitive one, Frank, or just looking at the time?
Yeah,
Can we table it to the 20th?
I can speak to that.
Okay, so I'll do a motion to discuss. Do we have a second?
Before we get to that, just I know it's 10 of 10, but I don't want to rush through the next one, so can I just make the motion to extend the meeting now?
Yes, please do so.
I'm going to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great. That's the least enthusiastic aye ever, but thank you very much. And hopefully we will be able to move quickly. Okay, going back to item B, reorganization of Finance Department. I'll make a motion to discuss. Do we have a second? I think, Mr. Case, thank you. And we'll turn that over to Dr. Pilata.
Thank you. Now that we have a full-time finance director, we've engaged in conversations. I've provided you with a packet of information and rationale to reorganize the finance department. We had posted for the original controller payroll cash management position for the last several months, and we were unable to have a suitable candidate. With consolidation of functions and controllers under one main controller was mostly closely aligned now with the industry standard and allows us leverage and expertise already that we have in-house and will streamline the overall operational structure. We've revised the controller job description I've provided for you all of the current controller's job duties, and the additional duties are bolded. And I've also provided for you the new staff accountant job description and a fiscal summary. And given the reorganization of the positions, we would be saving in the finance department approximately $9,000. I would recommend that you approve this request.
Okay, so I will I'll make a motion to approve this request. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Ms. Lima, and I'll open up for discussion, and I don't know if you're welcome to speak to it if you'd like, or if you feel like Dr. Pallotta covered it, you don't have to. Perfect. That's what I assume, but always want to give folks the opportunity as needed. Any questions or further discussion on this item? Okay, and again, I would love to take this moment to thank the current controller on the amazing work that they did in the transition. That is still so appreciated. So I just wanted to take one more moment to mention that. Okay, hearing no other discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the search for that future position. Moving on to the next item, the health curriculum. I'd like to make a motion to approve the health curriculum that was presented to the committee today. Do we have a second? Okay, we'll go second from Ms. Lima, and we'll open that up for discussion. Mr. Bridey?
If I may, I'd really like to provide the Wellness Subcommittee report at this time.
No worries. Let me withdraw. Yeah, let me withdraw my motion, and I'll make a motion to move the Wellness Subcommittee report to the next item on the agenda. Do I have a second? Okay, second from Mr. Case. All those in favor? Okay, we'll move that item, and then we'll go to Mr. Bridey for that, and then we'll get back to the item. Sorry about that, Tom. Thank you.
No, that's fine. I have some prepared remarks. It's been such a busy night, but I think it's important that we get this out there. The Wellness Committee met yesterday at the administrative offices on Ramona Vineyard Way. There was a very active discussion regarding the choice of curriculum. As Dr. Clark indicated in her presentation earlier, it comes down to a choice between Health Smart ETR and another curriculum from McGraw-Hill that's called Glencoe. After the discussion I mentioned, the subcommittee voted 8-2 to recommend that the school committee adopt Health Smart ETR. Health Smart, as I think you can tell, is the preferred choice of Dr. Clark, as well as multiple teachers who reviewed the curriculum, as well as the alternate choice of Glencoe. 4 of those teachers appeared at another Wellness Committee meeting on May the 10th, and they confirmed that Health Smart is the curriculum that they would like to use in grades 6 through 12. The teachers believe, as I understand it, that Health Smart is better designed to help students understand the course material. And based on what I've seen, this is the clear preference of our teachers. I want to be very clear that I have reviewed this material myself. I've spoken with Dr. Clark, and I've spoken to teachers who were also in the process of reviewing it. It has been very thoroughly evaluated. It has been made available to the community at a forum at our high school here in February, as well as to any member of the community who contacted Dr. Clark. It was also discussed and debated at length during our May 10th meeting. I also want to be very clear that there are some people in North Kingstown, I believe it is a very small number, who oppose this choice. 2 subcommittee members voted against the Health Smart curriculum. One of those members inquired about whether or not it was possible to have some sort of compromise that uses both curricula. But the majority of the committee, including parents, teachers, our assistant superintendent, and myself, believe that Health Smart is the curriculum that should be used in North Kingstown schools. There is an opt-out provision under Rhode Island law, and that was also identified by Dr. Clark this evening, that allows parents to remove their children from sex education lessons that the parents deem to be appropriate. And I want to point out The primary point of objection here is on that very limited portion of this curriculum. It's about sex education. That's what's causing some consternation by, I believe, a fairly limited group of parents. But it would remain the choice of individual parents to take their children and remove them from that particular lesson. And I believe that that choice should be respected if in fact parents deem that that's what they want to do for their kids. But I also want to note that I do not consider Health Smart to be controversial in any way, nor do I believe that it is harmful to children. While Health Smart provides a significant amount of material about sex education, it also focuses heavily on abstinence, and it reassures kids that abstinence is a perfectly acceptable choice. There is no encouragement to engage in sexual activity. There is no encouragement for children to go out and experiment with sexual behavior. Finally, Health Smart addresses a variety of other subjects, as Dr. Clark pointed out. They include vaping and social media. It addresses those issues in a manner that is relatable and helpful to students. Our subcommittee also spent some time reviewing and revising a new health and wellness policy, and this has been in the works for months, and a finished draft should be available to this committee very soon. We voted to approve revisions to that draft, and I'm confident that you will be receiving them shortly. The new policy will be much broader and more comprehensive than the previous policy, which was frankly very limited. I want to thank the members of the Subcommittee on Health and Wellness for their hard work and frankly for their courage in the face of some very abusive and bullying behavior by one individual during the course of yesterday's meeting and at other meetings that I have attended and that I have chaired. The members of our subcommittee are volunteers, and I believe that the North Kingstown School Department owes them a debt of gratitude. I also want to thank Patricia Cawley for her leadership and to Dr. Clark for her patience and perseverance in addressing this issue. And I want to point out one other thing. If there's been any bullying that I've seen going on extensively for months, it's been against Dr. Clark. It has happened repeatedly on social media, and I find it personally abhorrent. This is a dedicated professional who is doing her very best to provide decent curriculum to members of our community, and I think she should be applauded for her efforts. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for that update, Tom. And so we will go back to item C under new business, and I will make a motion to approve the recommended health curriculum as presented to us today. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I'll open that up for discussion. Any further discussion on the health curriculum?
I just had a couple of things I wanted to add. Tom did a very good job summarizing that. I wanted to say, you know, a lot of the talk about the health education curriculum is focused on sex ed, but like Tom said, that's really a very small part of the health curriculum. You know, research says that well-designed and well-implemented school health programs influence a multitude of health outcomes, including reduced sexual risk behaviors, but also decreasing substance and tobacco use and improving academic performance as well. You know, so school-based sexual health education provides youth with the knowledge and skills that they need to protect their health and become sexual learners. So the more robust health education that we have, the better informed our students are. And I was so impressed, as the students from Saga alluded to, with the number of students that turned out at the health forum that we had and how they advocated for what they need. Nobody knows better what the students need to learn than the students themselves. You know, I really encourage parents to review the curriculum that's been put together by our health educators. Dr. Clark linked to it today. That website is on our, that presentation is on our website. It contains links to the actual lessons that she linked into and the lessons that were chosen from the Health Smart curriculum. Not every lesson that is out there is what we are going to be teaching here, and those lessons that are in that presentation are the ones that are actually going to be part of the curriculum here in North Kingstown. So I really encourage parents to click in directly to those lessons and see what is actually going to be being taught here in North Kingstown. I spent some time today. I've gone through the Health Smart curriculum already, but I went through today and I went through every single one of them. And, you know, a lot of the ones that have been hyped up on social media are not included in our curriculum. You know, so I really encourage you, after you've reviewed that, if you have any questions, to reach out to your children's teachers, because they are the ones who can speak best about, you know, what your children are actually learning in our districts. And they encourage questions. They want to have a dialogue with you about what your children are learning. So, you know, I am very happy to see that this was the curriculum that we're choosing. The teachers are the ones who have advocated for this. They are the ones who are going to be teaching your students. And just the last point that I want to mention, because I attended the subcommittee meeting yesterday, and somebody spoke, and they said something that I really heard and that really resonated with me. There's been a lot of discussion about how Health Smart refers to body with a vagina, body with a penis. And they spoke about how, as a woman, they really identify as a woman, and how that did not feel inclusive to them. And that was something that I heard, because we want to be inclusive to everybody. But I think it's important to remember that a body with a vagina can be, it can be a female, it can be a trans female, it can be a non-binary person. So I think it's important to remember that that is not designed to dehumanize, defemale, it's designed to be inclusive. And I have every confidence in our educators that they will teach those lessons in a way that is inclusive to everybody. So I don't want people to get lost in what the text says. And I think it's important that we are inclusive of everybody, and I am confident that our educators will do that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Further discussion? I did want to just add a thank you to the administration, teacher, and the students that looked at this, and the community members. As I said, I was very impressed with the thoroughness, and then very grateful for the presentation of information so that the committee, the community members, the students, et cetera, can digest that information. That's a lot of work to put in to get prepared for a curriculum, and I really appreciate all the work. I would like to note, in the different discussions that I was listening to and the meetings that I was able to attend, I would love for us as a district in the future to review how PE and health are connected. I did hear the teachers talking about some of the challenges that they had in the discussions, as well as the locations of where they're able to deliver the information, et cetera. And so I think that would be a great next step in supporting our professionals in that area. And I did have one quick question, Dr. Clark. I know this is 6 through 12. Is there any future plans for K through 5? And could you just come to the mic to answer that question quickly, since you're here so kindly, so late? Thank you. We appreciate you.
Yes, the plan will be in the fall to convene the K through 5 committee to work forward. The current curriculum coordinators at the middle level are K to 8, so they have been a part of this adoption, so that we will just then go back out, start the process again, think of our vision for the K to 5 curriculum, look at the data that we have currently available to us, and then go out and select the best curriculum available for K to 5.
Great, thank you so much. And just a quick question since you're at the mic, will this be implemented this fall, if we approve?
The 6 through 12 curriculum, yes, it will.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, and thank you again for the Health and Wellness Subcommittee for their recommendation per our policy, and thank you for Mr. Brady, and then of course, as you mentioned, Trish, for your contributions with that committee. So hearing no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any, oh gosh, what's the word? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item E, copy machine / printer lease. I'd like to make a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Lima. Discussion? Anything on that, Mike?
I included all the bids as well as a comparison sheet. My recommendation is the hybrid option for the copy machines to Aztec, and also the printer replacement program also to Aztec. The only thing I didn't call out is with the printer program and the copy machine, there's a just under $5,000 credit that will be given to the district to fund the new printer program for 6 months.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving on to correspondence, Ms. Lima.
Okay, so on May 18th, Sarah Boigny, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, about her democracy project, which is later start time for North Kingstown High School. 5:19, Matt McCoy, Rhode Island General Assembly daily introductions on May 19th. 5:20, Janet Collier, read-only access. 5:22, Robert Jones, fiscal year 2024 budget. 5:22, Robert Jones, North Kingstown High School calculators. 5:23, we had school committee building tour and office hours conducted by myself and Erin Earl. We had 5 people for the tour, and 1 of them stayed for the office hours. 5:24, Matt McCoy, Rhode Island General Assembly House Financing Committee hearing and NK bonds. 5:25, Matt McCoy, update on House Bill number 6429 on the NK school bonds. 5:31, Sean Brown on House Bill 5792, Senate Bill 0454. 5:31, Kelly Engels with a question on the facilities master plan. 6:1, Robert Jones, school improvement plan. 6:1, Meg Kerr, Green Buildings Forum with a link to the presentations. 6:2, Danielle Singh, Quidnesset Elementary, 3rd grade review, which I just want to interrupt here for a second and say Rob and I attended the dress rehearsal, and it was fabulous. 6:3, Chevalier Finkelstein, information night for the machinist program at North Kingstown High School. And that was it for correspondence.
Great, thank you again. And again, the school committee does have a dedicated email that gets sent to all the school committee members. We know some folks are unable to attend in person, and so we want to make sure that their voices are heard at meetings, so we do report out the correspondence that we received to that email. Moving on to any special reports? No, correct. Financial reports? No. And then we'll turn it over to report for the DEI subcommittee. Ms. Lima?
The DEI subcommittee met on May 31st. We reviewed individual members' prioritizations of the findings from the equity audit and then ranked them based on the assigned numerical values. Once the members who were not in attendance have provided their input, we'll review at the next meeting and then decide what we want to recommend to the school committee. We also discussed the makeup of the committee in terms of membership and what our thoughts were on the optimal roles, qualifications, and term lengths. We'll be putting together our recommendations for the school committee to approve at the next meeting, which will be on June 21st at 5:30 at the Central Admin Building.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one is the building subcommittee. Is it Tom, Rob?
The building subcommittee met also on May 31st at the district administration building. Minutes were approved unanimously. Subcommittee was introduced to our OPM team from Jacobs, Inga, who we met earlier tonight. Jacobs reviewed the timeline and the RIDE process for the potential new middle school. A discussion was held on the community outreach plan for the project. Public comments were given by several residents who live in the Quidnesset Elementary neighborhood, which included several valid questions regarding traffic, environmental issues, neighborhood, and site fit. The subcommittee attempted to answer as many questions that we had answers for currently, and also to dispel any rumors that had been circulating. Residents were also given a demonstration on how to locate the district's most recent master building plan. The next meeting of the building subcommittee is, I believe, scheduled for June 21st. Based on comments that we heard that night from Jacobs, it's anticipated we'll have some more reports from the testing that has been done at the site, and we look forward to answering more questions after receiving these reports and being able to give more information to the community.
Great, thank you so much. And as a reminder, our subcommittee meetings are open to the public, just as our school committee meetings are, and we do attempt to record those, although not live streamed, and post them on the website as soon as possible. Thank you for those reports. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So
okay,
moved.
Mr. Case, do I have a second? Oh my goodness, thank you all. Mr. Piety, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much.